Fuck it, we'll do it live.
And we are live. There we go. Thank you all for tuning in. Welcome back to Kingless Chronicle. Last week, the party Phoenix righted the political meeting. They ended up having settling and managing to prolong and avoid any sort of civil wars or disastrous world wars. And they made some good connections. They also got a lot done in that sort of way. I highly recommend checking out that session. Good session. And afterwards, they decided to settle on a bit of a party to celebrate their success. And as they left, that is where we pick up from last time. So as you all make your way towards the tavern, you find that there's a few orcish stragglers who are kind of like wandering out of the tavern that seem like clearly just absolutely sloshed. Some of the other orcs are like carrying them on one of their arms. They're singing songs. They're just going, you know, like, "Oh, my orcish lady, love, you know, they're just singing songs, going about their way. You see some of the human mercenaries. They're much less just completely trashed than the orcs. They give you some nods and just carry on their way. As you make your way back inside, you find that the tavern's a little dirty, a little messy due to the orcs, obviously. But the tavern owner has a chest on the bar counter, and he's putting bags of coin inside it. When you come in, he looks up, gives you all a wave. "Oh, hi! Welcome! Come, take a seat!" You see as he slams the chest down, locks it, and puts it under the bar counter.
I guess Delon will approach with gusto. Sir, request a round of drinks.
Round of drinks? Alrighty then. First round's on the house for gold members.
Thank thee.
All additional rounds will cost you.
Delon thinks. Fuck it. Let's have fun. Delon will say, "Wonderful. Let's see. How much gold for? Let's say." He glances to the group of people. Alright, there's probably gonna be more. 5 rounds.
5 rounds? For that many? Might run you about 50 gold. You get the gold member discount.
Deal.
Alright then. I'll have them make sure they're brought out to your tables.
Appreciate it. And for my personal request, you don't happen to have anything special under your counter, do you?
Depends on what kind of special you're asking for. We got some real good Hornet Honey Ale, got some especially good Wild Berry Wine. Make it myself. And we also have some of my brother's stuff imported from Mysterium.
See. Someone thinks. Can I glance at his wares out of curiosity?
Oh, you can actually.
Let me glance at his wares. What he's got.
So you see, you're good. So you see that he has, as he mentioned, he has some Hornet Honey Ale, which he seems to make himself. He has some honey mead from Mysterium. He has some wild berry wine, which seems to have his barkeep symbol on it, so he clearly makes it himself. You also see some peach ale from Gloucester, and some some potato vodka from Reynolds, and some rice vodka from Nebulum.
Is anything from this place as well? Any specialty from here?
Yes, the wine and the Hornet Honey Ale are from here. You can see that of the drinks that he has, that like the Gloucester, Nebulum, and Asterium ones,
Mhm.
they all have very similar symbols on them that look very similar to the one on the Hornet Honey Ale as well as the Wildberry Wine. Very
So it makes
similar, but
sense.
they're
So,
minor alterations.
fuck it. How much for the peach? And I want to help get something from home. Potato vodka and the elderberry.
Alright. So, as you notice those, he nods at you. See what you're eyeing? Your 50 gold should
Aye.
cover some of those.
Another 50.
No, not
Alright.
another 50. I won't swindle you. Your 50 gold is covering those.
Wonderful. Then I will take the potato vodka from Reynolds, the peach from Gloucester, and the elderberry. Seems to be something we're prideful about.
Sounds good. You want the bottle, or do you want it brought over with in glasses?
Oh no. I think I'll take the bottles myself.
Alright, sounds good. You see as he reaches around and grabs the 3 individual little bottles, and he places them down on the table, nodding your way. There you are.
Thank you. Alright, I will grab it and I will bring it over to the table.
Alright.
I'm going to, I guess, walk over to Gildas.
You
Gildas!
arrive at the... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Alright. I was going to say that when you arrive at the table, you see that Tulio has just kind of sat himself down at one table, Yorm sitting relatively near him. Eleanor is sitting near Ophelia. Harkin has placed himself at, assumedly, one of the main tables. Snacks is just kind of like sitting... He's more standing on his chair, looking around curiously.
I guess I'll approach. Everyone, I've ordered us some rounds, and for you, Sir Gildas, I plant a bottle of potato vodka in front. Little taste of home.
Oh, it's been a while since I've had that kind of thing.
Gildas, you might recognize the symbol on it.
Uh-huh. Do I? I guess, you know, it's just a history check, I guess. Implied one. Yeah.
It's actually good enough. Funny enough, it's actually good enough. So you, as a oh, go ahead.
Is the Smirnoff vodka for Jack Daniels?
Jack Daniels.
So as you look at it, Gildas, you actually recognize this maker of vodka. He actually makes the majority of vodka that appears in the bars of Reynolds. He owns several bars in Reynolds, and you know that he's a former Reynoldian soldier, a veteran, who has multiple brothers who also own bars outside of Reynolds. He made himself one of the more successful ones, as his brew is found all over Reynolds.
Uh-huh. So we got our Adventurers Guild owner from there, then. Possibly.
Yes, you would assume with this amount of knowledge that it's very assumingly might be the owner of the Adventurers Guild in Reynolds.
So let's look at Adele and say, you know, once we say we'll swing by home and visit the Adventurers Guild over there, I'm sure we'll find plenty of those.
Indeed. I think that'd be a wonderful occasion. Somebody they let us in, of course.
Well, they're pretty good, so I'll just slowly make my way down to the bottom of it. All at once, though. I've seen what it does if, well, you just down it in one swing.
Oh, if you down it in one swing, oh, you'll find yourself 3 weeks buried in snow, waking up half naked, wondering what in blue blazes happened to you.
See?
No, I like snow.
Although, that's if you're unlucky. If you're lucky, it'll just come right out, and 5 minutes later, you can just do something else.
I'm super tempted to try it because I'm immune to poison, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Go for. I mean, go for it, man.
I'm
This is a
going
day
for
for
it.
celebration.
You're technically
Uh,
resistant to poison.
I thought I was
Yeah,
immune.
not immune, just resistant.
I have to double check.
Oh, guys, I can
I
breathe
thought I was
fire.
immune to it.
No, I'm pretty sure
Get
that
drunk, Bub,
that
get
item
drunk.
gives
No, it's
resistance.
resistance. Yep,
Yeah.
Yep, I checked.
But with the belt combined with it, you basically have pretty high cons, so.
Yeah.
I'm going for it anyway.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Delam. Go ahead. Go ahead, Gilly.
No, I got nothing to say. So.
Oh. With that, Delam will then turn around and says, "And I found this under the table." And he places it in front of Yorm.
Oh, would you look at that? Oh, I haven't had a taste of home in a long time. No, not as good as dwarven ale, but still a taste of home.
It's all yours, my friend.
Oh, orders from me? No, that won't do. He actually reaches around as a goblin comes over, grabs some glasses. He just takes the glasses from the goblin, pours some down in it for everybody, starts handing it around.
Aw.
Here you go. Have some of this. Good stuff. I'll be
guess
personally
so.
insulted if you don't finish it.
Hmm.
Bottoms
He just
up.
imagine. Bottoms up.
So I start slurping it, Cobalt out.
You see as Tulio just downs it down in one sip. Ah, good stuff.
So, all I'll do, I'll say, I've seen some of our dwarves do this. I'll take the glass that just got, but take the shot of the vodka, essentially mix them up at the same time.
Oh, that's good stuff right there. If you're careful with that though, Gildos, you might find yourself knocked straight on the floor.
Delam chuckles. You would know, wouldn't you?
would be Yorm.
Norm just chuckles.
I guess I'll down mine as well.
So Eleanor speaks up while everyone's imbibing. She has a glass of wine in front of her.
Mm-hmm.
Well then, to a successful political negotiation.
Indeed. Delam finishes his glass and places it down. I am officially, if you wish for it, officially on break. Enjoy yourselves. Have a good time.
Thanks, Chief. I intend to.
You should. Now, good.
Are we finally about to see you drunk?
Perhaps.
Oh, come on, don't you just perhaps me?
You'll need a lot more than this, as he glances. I might have been a bit of a lightweight when I was younger, but the just dragonborn body is much more difficult to get inebriated.
Oh, aye, but don't take that for granted. Your inebriation lasts longer, moves through your system slower.
Truly.
Indeed, makes it much more enjoyable, my personal experience. Though it could also make it much more miserable if you over imbibe. Harkin says already on his third glass.
God damn it.
He's just flexing.
Yeah. I mean, he's a dragonborn. It's what he do.
Yeah, I guess so. Do I have to make a save to drink it?
Not yet, Bub. Not yet. The
Uh,
necklace of resistance is doing its work so far.
Okay.
and then
Imagine not having the drink in cheat code.
oh my god, yeah,
I got it
uh,
prepared actually.
yeah, you want a contest, my friend. But Delon will last before he finishes up. He'll actually come over to Eleanor and Ophelia and place the elderberry wine in front. And for you,
Oh, thank you. Ophelia nods. Yes, thank thee. What was this I have heard of a political talk?
yes, we were in a. Well, I should say I was invited along with Sir Bub and Sir Gildas, along with Lady Eleanor, to speak on the behalf of give information on King's Landing and the Druids and all of our opinions during what the elvish nobles and kings were to do to either to prepare themselves for defenses or to reach out for help beforehand. Fortunately, through various means, we were able to negotiate peace.
I see. That is marvelous.
Aye. Why? I want you all to celebrate, especially it means for you, ladyship.
You're saying that to Ophelia or Eleanor?
Yes, I'm saying
Yes.
that to Ophelia.
Oh, to Ophelia. Okay.
To Ophelia.
Ophelia simply gives you a smile. I cannot taste it.
No, but that doesn't mean I want you sitting in a corner reading by your lonesome. I did see you dance. It's a twirl a pirouette once. I wish this is a. I can't wait to see it happen again.
Perhaps I twirl in pirouettes, but very few ever truly witness them.
Perhaps. Not the case. Please enjoy yourselves. If you need me, I'll be over here. Put that on. I'm gonna go back over and sit down.
Ophelia gives you a nod. Eleanor raises a glass now with the wildberry wine. Thank you.
Of course. You earned it. And I'm just gonna quit. I'm gonna let other people speak.
Alrighty. Anyone have anything to say at this time?
I also assume we are getting food along with it.
Yes, food would come at some point.
Okay, sounds good.
I eat
If
my Cobra bald-sized meal, I guess.
so, as you're all enjoying your drink, Goblin with a big old chef's hat on walks over. Hello! I have been sent over to take your order. We have meat, 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 big meat, dark meat, chicken, pheasant, and no berries.
Bub's like, I prefer cows.
We don't got cow.
We've got them all right.
He's just so. It's like a slaughterhouse, everyone. Nature.
Yeah, I mean, literally, I wouldn't think twice.
Well, you literally gonna summon your cows and just slaughter them.
Pretty sure Bub could, honestly.
Yeah, he could. That's what he wants to do. If
What?
is that what you're doing? Are you summoning cows?
We can't eat them. If we
Oh.
could eat them, I would be summoning cows.
Okay.
Okay,
then.
good. All right. Yes, that's what I thought. We cannot eat them, or else I would have already done so. But
Yeah.
All right then. I was just making sure, seeing if you were doing that or not. Oh, and what, Chief?
What is it?
Oh, we got a letter back.
Already?
Well, I don't know. It's a letter, but it's got your name on it. Gildos.
Well, just take everyone's order and then bring it to me.
Okay. You. What do you want? Julio just thinks for a moment. I'll take a nice, lovely, rare steak. Take the whatever the meat is, and just kind of run it by the fire. All right? Then bring it back to me on a plate. Okay. We can do that. Weird human. Eats like a lizard folk. What you want? Snacks will have roast quail with some seasoned pork and dragon meat. No, drake meat. Yes, drake meat. You'll have drake meat, yes? Bossman, are we allowed to sell that? Sure, go ahead. We got plenty of it. One portion won't hurt. Oh, okay. What you want? He walks up to you, bub. Bub.exe has quit working. Bob.
I thought you took your electrolytes to not fall asleep during the session.
Is the cobra broken?
He always is.
come on, Bob. Evan.
Yeah.
You have a goblin asking for your order.
I'm gonna run into the cows. Bring me the cows, all of them. No, just kidding. I don't know, like, literally, Bub's 20 pounds. I don't know how much he could realistically eat.
He has Constitution belt. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what's the fanciest. I'll have filet mignon.
What? Okay.
And I'll say this big, and I put my head on the table.
Okay. Shut up, bitch. What you want?
Did I hear him?
you can.
Dang it. I'm gonna hit him with the back of my spear for his insolence.
Ow!
For his insolence.
You're on the job. Show more respect.
You're not my boss, man.
I am now.
No,
The
yeah.
customer is the boss.
Customer always wrong. Money always right. That's what boss man taught me.
Well, the other boss man, so I'll say, no, he's right. Show more respect.
Okay, what chief?
I just look at him like, I'll be watching you.
What you want?
You got.
Ophelia simply shakes her head. You have no need to take my order. I have everything that I need. Okay. Nice lady. Got all skin and bone, though. She need to eat something. What you want? Eleanor nods and right hands him a letter. This will do. I can't make this! Well then simply try. Surprise me, bring something back similar. okay. What you want? Bring me the biggest steak you have. Oh, okay. Any like quality doneness or seasoning? Biggest steak.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Face. Face.
What you want?
Hmm. The biggest thing you
I want to shorten that sentence.
have. Biggest thing you have. You want it? You want it well seasoned? No, it's like that Ron. It's like that Ron Swanson joke where he goes, "I want to all your bacon and eggs." Wait, hold on. I know in your head you thought you heard me and saying, "Give me a lot." I mean all of your bacon and eggs.
Yeah.
Like, I knew you're like misinterpreting it as just give me a lot. No, I want all your bacon and eggs. That's the same energy, and I love it. Delam will say, let's see. Oh. I suppose I'll have the full course.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, my friend.
You're welcome. What you want? I'll take a nice smoked bit of that drake there. I'll also have a bit of the nicely seasoned quail, and bring me some of that jerk meat over there.
One last slight addendum, if I may. I would also perhaps maybe have a bit of the drake.
Boss man, they ordering more drake. It's fine. Okay. That's
Big
two
fucking
more,
drake.
two orders of drake then. No, wait, 3. Hold on. 3. You see him write like a big 3 next to Drake. What you want? What, Chief?
So, actually, everybody was there with like the complicated like the orders and all that. I just used like the menu instead they told us. So I was to say, I have 1 serving of dark meat, rare.
Oh, okay, what, Chief? Come right up.
Rest? Where Gildas?
Hey, why not? Everybody likes a bit of blood sometime.
So the goblin disappears for a moment, comes back to Tullius, and just hands him a piece of borderline raw meat on a plate. There you go. Tulio just stares at it for a moment. Ah, well. Bottoms up. You do not need to eat that. You're human. You do not have the stomach. Give it to Snacks. Snacks will eat it. Snacks be fine. Hands off. Goblin gave me exactly what I asked for. You are a weird human. Did you actually want, like, a barely, like, borderline raw piece of steak? To be honest with you, Yorm, not at all. But I did want a nearly, barely cooked steak. As raw as physically possible. And by goblin standards, this is probably exactly that. And it would be rude of me to deny the chef is cooking. Besides, if I have to have him remake it, that's a second steak. That adds to the bill. But you're not footing the bill, are you? Nobody said we weren't footing our own bills. What? Don, am I footing my bill?
Delon shakes his head. No, this is a celebratory. I already paid for it in advance.
Oh, okay.
So it's probably covered by our own golden membership anyway.
Aye. I paid for 5 servings and 5 food already pre-hand. The bottles were included in this bit. We got the gold standard. Feel free to do so, Tulio. It's no big deal.
Alright then. When the goblin comes back to refill my drink, I'm gonna order a second steak. But, you know what they say, when in Rome. Heard this is a delicacy around here. You just see him reach down and grab a dagger out of his pocket, begin cutting it. If he dies, can I have his crossbow? If I
you can
die,
wield
Bob
it.
gets my crossbow.
And
Bubba is
Bob
not
doesn't use
Hunter.
the crossbow.
Doesn't matter. Bob will use it eventually. It's made of wood.
Hmm.
As they're all relaxing at the tables, you see as Harkin speaks up. Oh, really, I must say, Delon. That political meeting was one of the more entertaining ones I've been at the table for.
Oh, truly?
Oh, yes. You went out of your way to truly haze Sutter down. It's quite just an absolute show, really. Spectacle.
We came in at a disadvantage. Truly, in all honesty, that was the only way I could think of to politically find a way to find us on equal footing. And there was something about him that felt familiar. So, somewhere new, but I couldn't place it. And then it all fell into place.
That's good. But I was more saying that you stirring the pot, kicking that powder keg in there, and it not exploding. That's what was really fascinating. What made it such a riot.
I'm sure to you, then. Yes. Speaking of such things, we haven't gone. We have gone through a lot of journey beforehand. So perhaps I've been a bit more forceful as of late.
Just remember, a bit of forcefulness is never a bad thing, but a bit too much forcefulness, and you might find yourself behind bars before you know it, with the ire of a certain lord.
And you would know that, wouldn't you?
Oh, what gives you that idea?
It's like, well, Harkin, far be it from me to bring such events up, but I get the feeling that you don't get quite removed from places quite often for stirring the pot, as it were.
Oh, no, not at all. Most of the time I leave quite peacefully. I've never truly been removed from a location before. Well, there was just one time. And then there was that other time, of course. That time in Reynolds. Oh, and we shouldn't forget the time in yes, the time in the Enclave. That one I was quite liberally removed, actually, by the shoulder.
You were removed from the Enclave?
Oh, yes. I was asking many questions. I was writing it all down, you see, and I just went straight to the scholarly area and asked the patriarch multitude of questions. However, it seems like my questions were dangerous, or perhaps seen as doubtful. And I was politely removed from the location.
Is that so? Good goodness, what kind of questions did you ask?
Oh, just, let's see. I asked questions about, why exactly they don't know the name of their goddess. Why do they follow a goddess that seems so mysterious and far? What is the purpose of their goddess? What does she want of them? What sort of things does she demand of them? I was also asking about why would you do so? Why do you live the way that you do? What benefits does it give you? I was truly trying to get to the heart of their philosophy, to get truly behind the reasonings and the purposes behind their ways of life.
So essentially, you question the faith.
Naturally, what good scholar doesn't go into a new location with a foreign, interesting faith and doesn't begin immediately questioning it?
Maybe a scholar should know first about customs and all before asking the question that hurts.
Oh, pish posh, I follow the customs properly.
Right, is that why you were exposed by, well, so many lords and all?
Oh, no. The last time I was escorted out by a lord was in Reynolds.
Ah.
And to be fair, the former lord of Reynolds really didn't like, how did he call them? Intellectuals, I believe is what he called us. Said we did a lot of talking, breathed a lot of air, and stuck our noses in places that it didn't belong, and really just seemed to take relish in stirring pots and doing very little else. I can't say that he was wrong. Just thought it was quite rude that he had me cast out of Reynolds at the time.
Well, at least you only did that. Could have been much worse.
Oh yes, I could have been conscripted into the military. God forbid.
Imagine the hazing.
Oh, those young men couldn't haze me. I'd be the one hazing them. I've seen it all before. A long time ago.
You did mention that you were an older man before you became Dragonborn. I didn't know that.
Oh yes. Back in my time, I had been a soldier under King's Landing for quite a long time before I was sought out by the Brown Dragon.
You were a soldier of King's Landing?
Yes, actually.
Hagen, I would have never guessed the way you talk and act. I didn't know where I could even place you.
It was a long time ago, DeLon. Very long time ago.
Truly. What made you leave?
I suppose just time itself. You wander away, go on unscholarly pursuits, you was inebriated with the world around you, and eventually your return homes become longer and farther between. One day you come home and, well, let's just say that the people waiting for you have gone gray, grown wrinkles, whereas while you're the same. Eventually, you stay home with them for quite a long while, and then you head out again once you can't stay with them anymore. And when you come back, you intend to come back sooner, and you come back and the bob that you bounced on your shoulder, on your knee, you carried on your shoulders, you taught to wield a sword, where the bob is now a grown man, barely recognizes you.
I see. Yes, I can understand that.
There's also a bit of frustration with how some things can never truly change, or perhaps they don't change fast enough, and an old man can grow frustrated and irritated with things that aren't going the way that he feels they should. And repeated exposures to said frustrations over multiple lifetimes it creates a bit of a zero tolerance for the stuff.
I see. Well, I suppose that's an understandable thing, then. Perhaps... Yes, perhaps there's a sense of always a longing for home.
Oh, I still return home every now and then. Whenever I truly wish to retire, to make a true catalog of the knowledge that I have procured on my journeys, I always return home before I sit down and begin writing my tomes. Usually I do not step out of my home until I desire to publish one.
I see. Does that mean you have family, then?
Not anymore.
sorry to hear that.
Oh no, think nothing of it.
What about you, Gildas? When you return to Reynolds, what will you do?
Let's see. Well, first of all, it depends on what I'm allowed to do. But I'd at least come back home, see if everything's in order, see if they did anything to it. And, well, perhaps make a couple of things when I'm there. And then, what will I do? But yeah, I haven't even thought about what I would do.
Perhaps you should start thinking about it now. Life's half over, Gildas.
Well, you know, there's a few things I want to do before getting there, but
Aye, but the longer you think of home, the more you do so, and soon enough, you're gonna come home soon. But then, the many things that you have to do starts to grow longer and longer, and then soon enough, it's been some time.
Take it from me, Gildas. You don't want to not be home in years.
What about you, Isaac? What about you, Joel? We're here to Gloucester. You're gonna visit your family.
You see as he just kind of like sips his peach ale for a moment before slamming it down. It's good stuff. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Might pop in. Don't know if I'll stay, but I think I'll pop in perhaps.
Alright. Would we, I don't mean to be a bother, but would you care to let us visit?
That is a thought, isn't it? I don't think my family would really mind that much. You seem like good company.
Thank you. And rest assured, we'll make sure not to cause you out of house or home.
Oh, don't worry. You can't do that. Not at all. There's more than enough to go around. More than enough.
Delan actually is going to glance to Bub because he can sense there's a bit of tenseness with Bjorn. What about you, said Bub? If we return to Asterium, what will you do? I know you have siblings.
Bub.
I literally just don't ask much out of you, but just pay attention.
Bob! Evan!
Hmm?
You're being addressed!
Am I muted?
Yeah, you're muted, I think. You're not muted anymore, I could hear you, but...
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Did you hear what I said?
Guys, no.
I think the future, when we address Bub, we don't use
God,
Bub, we use Evan
This is
directly.
so confusing, guys. I don't have a philosophy.
What? I asked you about family.
Oh,
The alcohol, darling.
well, see,
Yeah, I asked you about
now,
because we're all
Marco, I
talking
need to
about
double-check,
home.
though. I know kobolds are created by dragons.
Yeah, so he
like,
said
they still like reproduce like normal kobolds, though, right?
Yeah. Basically, the
Wow.
only kobolds that were created, like, not naturally, are, like, the original ones. Now they just make more.
Yeah. Well, as Kobolds, we live communally, and it takes about 2 months for an egg to hatch. And well, we don't wear clothes and stuff, so I don't know. We just kind of, mate when it's time.
Ah, I was more asking in the measure of if you miss your home and what you do if we visited.
Well, So he thinks about it and says, well, I don't know. I mean, I learned everything I needed to, and then I grew up, and then I went out to do my work. I haven't really thought about it.
Well, perhaps you should. Perhaps you should. After all, for returning, I'm sure they'd like to see you again.
Yeah. I'm pretty
Love
popular.
Copel.
I'll be more popular because I've done better work.
Snacks nods at that. Oh yes! Doing better work than the other kobolds does make you popular. You become, like, a role model. Other kobolds look up to you because of how good your work is, and they want to do good work too.
Yeah, that's the goal. Can't have them be slouching, be unproductive. That's, ooh, y'all have a big word for that. It's sacrilege. That's it.
Aye, sacrilege.
Yes, kobolds that do not do their part get, hazed and are told to get with the program, and if they don't, they suffer punishments.
Doesn't happen often. We're
Yeah.
not as lazy as other races.
Yeah, most kobolds are more than happy to do the work provided for them. Only
We're
city
built different.
kobolds don't do that.
We're just built different.
City kobolds.
Silly kobolds, yes, silly. Silly. Very silly kobolds.
I've not heard of these silly ones.
I don't really get that. Kobolds are very serious creatures.
Oh yes, that's why only silly kobolds don't do the work provided for them.
Go on. He sounds like this is new to him.
Well, you see, kobolds that don't do the work provided for them are, they're ungrateful. They also are not doing what they should do, and they should be doing the work instead.
Well, if you don't do the work, bad stuff will happen to you.
Exactly, you get punished. And repeat offenses mean greater punishments. The worst
I don't like
punishment might be
punishment.
getting eaten or banished.
Hmm.
I'm trying to think of what Bub would think is a punishment. And he's like, yeah, other people will be given your shit. It's horrible.
It's embarrassing.
Mhm. So what have you, Snacks?
Me?
Would you return? Aye. Would you want to? If you could go home, would you?
Define home.
Mm. That's like Delon actually chuckles.
Back to the cave with you.
That is no. That's a marvelous question. What is home? I suppose for this context, home is where your heart is.
He said it.
Oh,
Like
let's
you
see.
did there.
Then Snacks' heart would be Snacks' tribe. Snacks has no tribe, so Snacks has no home. So, Snacks doesn't have any home to go to. So, easy question, actually. Snacks doesn't go to it.
What
But-
makes it then?
If Snacks were to go somewhere else, Snacks would go to area with biggest, next largest creature to hunt it, and keep becoming dragon.
I see. What qualifies as a tribe then?
A tribe is a group of like-minded hunters or kobolds or others who you consider to be like brothers or sisters or family that you travel around with or you stay with and you wish to protect and you care a lot about.
I see.
Oh, and don't forget, you have to do work with them. The tribe that does work together stays together.
I see. Well, for your sake, I hope that you find a home very soon.
It's okay. Snack's no half tribe, and Snack's not really looking.
See. Delano glance. What of you, Tulio?
Me, Chief?
Hi. You don't talk much of Nebulum, and I understand the reasons why, but what about you? There's somewhere, even in that place, that you wouldn't mind going back to? A home?
To be honest, Chief, there's nowhere within that place that I would ever really consider a home, nor that I would ever really want to go back to.
Fair enough. Then, I suppose, where would you like to make a home then?
I'd probably get some plot of land, either in Asterium or King's Landing. Maybe Gloucester. Gloucester has very, very fruitful and plentiful forests. Great for hunting. Exactly, great for hunting. I didn't say poaching, Norm. I said hunting. It would be on my land this time. Right. It's the peach ale.
Forget me. When's our next round, damn it?
I'd buy up some land, maybe buy up a little title so people leave me the hell alone. I'd build myself a shack, maybe some nice little small hunting lodge of sorts. Probably get some dogs, some nice hunting dogs. Maybe I'd import some direwolves from Nebulum. You know, they're real good, real loyal beasts if you could train them right. I know some people who train some direwolves that just, better than a horse. Better than a horse, stronger than a bull, smarter than any other dog that you could ever get your hands on. Maybe I'd get a few of those. Maybe I'd breed them. Who knows? I think I'd just live out that shack. Maybe I'd go out into a proper town or village somewhere. Find some bar wench or something. Who knows? Hit her up, flirt with her a bit, go back home eventually. Maybe I'd head back to that town, see if she's up for it again, you know. Think on the regular, I think what I'd do the most, I'd spend a lot of time hunting, a lot of time gallivanting around, and I think I'd end my nights going to a bar or a tavern and drinking, dancing, singing, and having a good time, honestly. Sounds like a life of debauchery. Are you judging me, Harkin? I didn't take that from you. No. Honestly, doesn't sound bad at all. Quite a decent existence. For a bachelor.
Aye. For a bachelor. Then again, it's a simple life. Not a bad one.
Oh man, simple lives are often the best.
Aye. As
See?
I said.
Clergy gets it. Simple life is a life filled with simple pleasures. And those simple pleasures add up.
I see.
I've already had more than enough exciting adventures. Honestly, I could probably walk into any tavern, pick one random story off the top of my head, and have every single person in the tavern wrap around my finger if I wanted.
I'm sure you could. Delano then turned to the ladies. And what say you two?
Eleanor thinks for a moment, swirling her wine glass. After this expedition has concluded, I intend to return home to inform Father as well as the Lord of Asterium about my success on building my business ventures, and I think I will potentially accept my position after that point, with the stipulation that I would be allowed to take one more course in Asterium's college. Afterwards, I believe I would assume my position as head of the house. I think I'd open up a curio shop of sorts in Asterium. There's plenty of them, yes, but I think what I would do as well is I would have curios from all the other regions in Asterium, an import shop, if you will. And I think I'd open up a venue in Gloucester, as well as one within King's Landing, potentially Reynold. I'm not so sure about Nebulum. Maybe even open one up here, and I'd have it be a curio shop of exported goods, but more so imported. Goods from Asterium that ones would usually have to travel to Asterium to get, I would have exclusively on these markets. It would spread the joys as well as the pride of Asterium around, letting others know of our success and progress, while simultaneously bolstering the market and capitalizing on a current place where there's no true competition as of yet.
Forward thinking. I see.
Of course. If you want to open a business adventure, you have to think very far ahead. Can't be thinking short term. You have to think long term if you want your business to succeed. Ophelia nods. As for myself, once the blight has been cured, I believe that my time here will have come to a close. I am looking forward to returning to rest at that point.
We're still not certain on when that will be or when the blight will be finally removed. We might have an extended stay. What then?
I had not truly considered this. If the blight is not eradicated and dealt with swiftly, and I am forced to be here for a prolonged stay of time, perhaps I will open up some sort of a cottage to instruct others in the future, to teach those things. I have much knowledge that I would be more than happy to hand down to others. Perhaps I would go to places and perform miracles, cure ailments, or assist those who are ailing or dying, attempt to make their lives more comfortable as a wandering healer.
Can I go back a bit of what I said? Because I assumed you were talking about when we would go back to Renault soon, but after all this is over. Because, well, the answer might just be different then.
Suppose the question changed a bit as everyone spoke. And yes, let's say this is all over, my friend. What will you do?
Well, first of all, reopen the forge, of course. Visit Frostmourne and give sign of life to a few people I know. And then, I think, settle down with someone. Maybe a few children. I mean, I've already got the names picked out, really. And I know my firstborn. It's a man will be named Jonas. Then my daughters, I think I'll go with Matilda and Sophia. And then, I don't know, see what life has in store for me. After all, see, don't think I can really go back to simple life. After all, it's like, it's all well nice. You want to take care of your forge, but still have a tribe to take care of, I suppose. So I'll try and balance my life around that. Then, suppose I'll spread my name around. Go like Illinois, I think, and open up some branches around the different kingdoms. Just need someone to handle those shops. That's gonna be the hardest part.
Highly recommend getting some dwarves to run those shops. Or you could get your goblins. They might be a little, might need more training to head those shops. Also, Gildos, if you do not invite me to your first son's first birthday, I will be personally offended.
Oh, come on. You know you all will be invited.
Good.
Important event.
I will remember that, and if you forget, I will show up on his second birthday. Uninvited. And take it from me, Gildas. You can always return to a simple life. Once you've lived an extraordinary life at a certain point, the extraordinary life is the boring thing.
I will see. Oh, well. I've lived 30 years already, and I've lived a mostly simple life. Hey, when I compare my life to yours, kind of the opposite. Really. You're living a simple life, while having an adventurous life. Well, I've already lived a simple life. Most of it. And now I'm living what you had before.
You're living what I currently still have.
But it's hopefully getting to a close for you.
We'll see. But word of wise from the Nebulum. Every day is an adventure. Every day brings something more interesting and new. Even if it's something you've seen before, it may not happen the same way you saw it last time. Enjoy and savor every single day you get. Just don't know which one will be your last. Trulio then downs another drink after that.
That's so true. That's why you gotta do your best.
Exactly.
Even if that means cleaning after the displacer beasts.
I'll drink to that then. Not the displacer beast thing, but...
Alright, let's drink to it.
Eleanor nods and raises her drink as well. To living every day, every moment of life to the fullest. And to two wonderful names for two little girls.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers! Oh, hooray!
Parade.
Oh, actually... I'll look to Dana and say, what will you do when you go back to King's Landing?
Delon finishes a bit of his drink. Oh. You mean presuming that we find the King's Glaive and restore everything to as it is when we finish the expedition, all that considered.
Right.
Delon leans back thinking about it.
Yes, I'm quite curious to hear what the great Knight Delon will be doing. After that point, you most certainly would be the greatest of knights, wouldn't you?
I suppose I'd be one of them, certainly. Maybe not the greatest, but certainly have accomplished much. I think. I think I'd get a little slice of land. Not much. I don't need much. Nice little house. I'd find a woman to be beside me. We'd have a few children. I would teach and raise them. And then I would just see them grow, and I'd fade away, knowing that I've left more good in this world than when I came into it. Yes, I think I like that.
Ophelia nods at that. It's quite lovely. Eleanor nods. Very sweet. Storybook ending, I love it. Julio raises his glass to Delon. Hey Chief, you put your piece of land as far away from mine as possible, okay?
Agreed. No hesitation, agreed.
Alright, let's drink to
it. Hi. Do you want me to roll? I think there's like 3 different drinks at this point.
Yes, at this point, any who are drinking will probably have to make a con save to resist being inebriated.
That's fine. I'm actually all for being inebriated at this point, because I'm okay with it. What was it? Con save? Just con?
Just a con save.
Okay.
Roll specifically con save. Yeah, there you go.
20!
So you do feel the effects of the alcohol taking hold of you, Delon, but you're not, like, completely drunk. You're more like, I would say, lightly tipsy at this point.
Yeah, a bit buzzed.
Yeah.
Let's see. What if our meal is coming out?
Julio's good.
Alright. That's a good question. He's been in the kitchen for a long time now.
We did order a lot.
Right.
Julio nods. Yeah, and this extremely rare steak, while it was not the best thing I've ever eaten, it wasn't very filling. You have 3 days to live. Quiet, you little mongrel.
He knows the food. He knows how long you have to live. That's great. I love that. I love he literally. That's fantastic. I absolutely. That's so Monster Hunter. Where he's like, "You've eaten this. You have exactly now 3 days to live, but before you need to consume again." I know. I survived that way.
That's so weird.
No, because if you imagine he came from Nebula with nothing and he was exiled and he was scrawny, he knows exactly how much you need in order to move on.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It's kind of messed up.
It is. I think it's awesome. I think it's fantastic. It's a great character quirk. I love it. It's like Bub doing Bub things. It's a character quirk.
Julio did nothing wrong. I mean, I'm gonna keep saying it until y'all agree with me.
Yeah, clearly Tulio did something wrong, or else he wouldn't be with us.
Yeah.
As you're all enjoying some more booze, the booze kind of hitting some of you harder than others. Eventually, the goblin comes back with a cart. You actually don't see the goblin, you just see the cart before the goblin jumps onto the back of onto like the handle of the cart.
Okay. Give me a moment. I have to figure out which one of these is which. Hold on.
Starts like lifting saucers off the top, putting them back down.
Okay.
And then he jumps down off the cart, grabs different saucers, and begins putting them on the tables.
Okay, I think I put them all right. Where was it said again?
You're supposed to say, "Bon appetit."
Bon appetit. Oh, and Kiko.
He hands you the letter and then dashes back off.
Right.
The card is left by you, however, and you see that it's got refills. Your arm immediately stands up. Now we're talking! And he just grabs 2 more bottles of peach ale.
Yeah.
Big steak.
Right.
I'll never forget that.
On Yorm's plate is by far like a steak that looks like it's in like half a beast. It's literally overflowing from the plate.
Yorm is forever goaded for saying that. He doesn't even need to say anything else for the rest of the game. He's forever.
Alright. Can't wait to eat this. Tonight, I eat like the kings under the mountain.
Good, you should, my friend. Yeah, Delon will help. He's gonna move over and grab people's plates. Just fuck it. And he'll put some stuff on that so people don't have to get up.
Oh, the goblin put the plates down in front of each of you,
Oh, nice.
essentially.
Yeah,
Huzzah! Good. I thought he just didn't do any of that. That's
No,
great.
he put the plates down in front of you, but he left the cart with refills, essentially.
Sounds good. Alright, grab refills.
let's see what this mysterious dark meat is. So, the way like it's gonna be set up is that gonna have like my plate, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
like what I'll do with it later is like unfold it like on the right side, right? Like read it as I eat.
Alrighty. So in front of you all, specifically for starting with Gildos, the dark meat seems to be some sort of beast that it's kind of stringy meat, but it's really moist. The interesting thing is it has is very gamey, but it's good.
Uh-huh.
You've never had this meat before though. You don't know where it came from.
Well, it's gonna tell like I'm trying to be like a bite, just like look at snacks and say, do you have any idea what this is?
Oh
It's
yes,
pretty good, but
it is good. Snacks likes eating that, but it makes Snacks a little bloated. It's very dense. Dense and stringy and juicy and tender. It is giant blood-sucking bloatfly.
bloat fly, huh?
Oh yes, absolutely scrumptious.
I mean, doesn't really matter like comes from, I guess, but it's still pretty good. So
Hmm.
still see like some hesitation like the second bite, but it's just good easy eating while reading, basically.
In front of you, Delon, is all the stuff you asked for, as well as a rather large cut of meat with some green scales on the skin and a bone in the center.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of want to go straight for the Drake meat. I want to know what my brethren taste like. Delon will actually say, I've never actually had Drake meat before. This would be interesting.
Oh, Delon, it's a delicacy. You should definitely take your chance to imbibe of it now. It's not every day you get to eat some Drake.
Aye, was what I was thinking.
The last Dragon War,
See.
however, Drake was served in every country. There's enough of it to go around.
I see. Delon will take a bite.
It is probably the most juicy, somehow both rich and tender meat, but also just the right amount of bite that you've ever had in your life. You can also tell that it's completely unseasoned, just the natural flavor is there. But it's amazing.
Delon glances down and says, "This is one of the best meats I've had in my entire life."
Indeed, that's why I had to get some. I haven't had Drake meat in about 40 years.
No wonder they're so sought after. Delon almost like his head kind of thinks. There's like a dark thought that is his head. I wonder what dragon tastes like. But then he throws it away immediately. No, that's a thought that doesn't need to exist. The rest of his full course, he will just enjoy bits and bites of everything.
Alright.
While I was enjoying and drinking and stuff, you can move on to other people, basically.
Sounds good. Bub, your meal is exactly what you asked for, and the goblin also uh, brought you an extra serving as well, seemingly out of
Good.
being polite.
Very good. I'm just gonna like look at him suspiciously and then just nod.
You just see the goblin give you two thumbs up and a big fanged grin.
I might need prestidigitation to be cast on this. I don't know if he tampered with the food or not.
Just use detect poison. Boom.
I don't have that many spells, so I'm not gonna waste one on detect poison.
Well, I could do it for you, but no, well, I'm more curious about the mysterious laundry list Eleanor gave for the dinner.
So you see that
Other than his shoulder, I'm like, what's in it?
So as you look in her direction, you see as Eleanor raises like the lid off her plate, and you see that inside seems to be a soup of some sort, a meat that's tied with some sort of like twine, a bowl filled with some leaves and like ferns and stuff that has berries tossed on top of it. There's also a sandwich that's that has like what looks like some steak or something like that. That's still a little. It still seems to be like leaking some juices. That is placed between an unbelievably stale piece of bread. You actually see Eleanor tap a knife, and it just makes a sound like hitting a knife on a brick. Uh-huh. Well, I guess it was good practice.
What in blazes did you ask him to do?
I just asked him for a simple spread of dinner. A salad and a rich soup. You know, some lovely steak, some little sandwiches, and the like, with some steak within it, you know. Nothing crazy. The craziest thing I asked was for a crown of beef.
Dylan just kind of like shakes his head a little bit.
He had the chef's hat. I assumed he was quite good at it.
He probably is.
Was probably the best goblin around. It's not saying much, but he tried.
Yeah, give it a shot.
Ophelia actually gestures to the sandwich in the soup. I highly recommend dipping that sandwich within the soup. It should soften the bread as well as flavor it. Oh. Is that what you're supposed to do?
It is, the line will actually add. Yes, I believe her ladyship is referencing a au jus type of soup that you can dip bread into. Softens it up a bit.
I remember eating it at certain tables a long time ago. Stale bread was quite common, so we made soups and dipped it into it.
Have you ever had soup in, well, see, the bowl was the bread.
Eleanor just raises one eyebrow. How would that even work? Wouldn't the soup just bleed right through the bread, creating a giant mess?
No. You see, the crust of the bread will be, well, sturdy enough that would not, like the inside. Well, essentially, think about a huge. I had to think about the fruit, because, like, guess would melons be a thing?
Melons?
Yeah.
Yeah, melons are around.
Right. So, think of it like a melon. You get the top part of it and you hollow out except it's made of bread and you pour soup in it. Essentially, the bread is hard enough that it doesn't leak. Then once we're done with it, it's softened enough that you can eat the bread. On top of it.
Ah, it is similar to
Yes.
when you have a melon and you fill it with wine. You freeze it and then you bring it out for the party.
Similar.
Wait, how do you know about that?
In a matter of speaking, yes.
I have been to more than my fair share of parties, Yorm. Fair enough, I suppose. Just didn't surprise you knew about that. High elfin parties can get quite crazy. The one you all went to sounded quite tame by comparison.
Delon actually chuckles. That was tame.
Oh yes. It seems that they did not truly get to the point where they were dancing naked on the tables.
By the divines.
Clearly we should have stayed longer, Delon.
If we did so, my friend, you would have fallen. He's like, you would have fallen in place at any moment's notice. You were
Would
barely
not.
holding yourself up.
I was a model citizen.
You were, and then you fell on the hardwood floor, and I had to fix your nose for you. And I remember the punch, by the way, as thanks.
It's not my fault, Delon. The floor threw insults at me. I had to get in with it. On my honor, I had to.
Yes, I'm sure. You didn't have to punch me in the face when I helped fix it, though.
Involuntary action. It's dwarven engineering.
Yes, I'm sure.
Oh, maybe once we get to Reynold, I'll make that kind of soup. There's plenty of bread around there.
Sounds homely. I would enjoy it, actually.
Yes, I would love to try some. I'm quite fascinated by it, actually.
Oh, then I shall think about what to accompany it with on the way there.
As they're cutting through the meal, Delon glances back to Hawka and is like, "You enjoying your Drake?"
Oh gosh, absolutely.
Wonderful.
What about you?
Oh, this is particularly wonderful. The full course is fantastic. I'm saving on the side for later, but this Drake, I can't get enough of it. I'm actually quite surprised. I didn't think I'd have such an appetite. Dylan says it like, and for like a brief moment, there's like a glaze in his eyes before then he eats another bite.
It's delicious. Absolutely delicious. Can't get it very often, so I recommend you savor it. After all, drakes don't come out of the ground very often. I've been meaning to ask around, see if somebody disturbed perhaps a cave system around here. There's no other reason why a green drake of such size would have wandered around. Perhaps it had been moved from its home. Actually, now that I think about it, perhaps something else took up residence in its home, claimed dominion over it, and so it was left without a home and to roam over the surface.
Based on its size, though, I saw the corpse and the head later on. It would have to have been quite a strong creature to force such a size of the drake as well.
Oh, aye. Not much can truly contend with a drake. Perhaps another drake took its place, or some other large creature or another.
I wonder.
As you're talking, two individuals walk into the bar.
Delon will stand up near people. Lady Eladir, Sir Centurion. Welcome.
Oh, hi. We knew that I told you they would be here. Yes, pardon the interruption. It is not often that I get to go out off duty and enjoy myself in the tavern.
Not at all. Not at all. Please, please come join us. We'll find you another table. What have you? Do you need some drinks? I can order ones now.
Perhaps a bit. Nonsense.
Wonderful.
She actually punches him on the shoulder a little, very lightly and playfully.
Hmm.
He's gonna have exactly what I'm having. And Lydia, it is improper for me to lose myself within the tavern. You're off duty. What can they give you? Besides, we're here to have fun.
The line blanks for a second. Dear. No. Are you? The line's kind of like, are they a thing? That's funny.
Oh, why not?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? Absolutely. More the merrier.
Watch,
What'd you say, bro?
what's in my letter?
In your letter, inside the letter, Gildos, is seems to be a status report of movements near the border. Notably that there was a rather large group of soldiers that were poised near your tribe's border, but that they have retreated seemingly gone back to whatever they were doing. So whatever tensions that were currently pressing on the border have been resolved. It has a large D as the signature, with a dagger pointing out from the D.
Uh-huh. So, I actually passed the letter to Dalan and say, would you look at that? Seems our talk have had some effects beyond the border.
Delan reads in the note while taking another bite. I see. It's a good thing that your territory, your people in the border. I don't think we've gone to report otherwise. What do you make of it?
Well, what I make of it is that a certain someone has decided to take me seriously. Well, that I at least have the breathing room I need to make the change I designed.
I think it's just deserved. You showed yourself being very strong in your position. But I think there'll be consequences for that now. Now he knows not to underestimate us.
Right. That's a problem. I was quite content to be underestimated. Well. No rest for the weekend.
Oh
Huh?
yeah, Gildos. There is a second paper inside the letter. So it says, it has like a minus, and it has like a crudely drawn picture of a goblin, and it has the number 15 next to it. Then there's a plus with a crudely drawn growling face of a goblin that says plus 30, equal 15 essentially. Then it shows like an explosion, and it says times 3.
Aha. So those 15 goblins gain 30, like there has been 3 explosions. I assume like 5 goblins died per explosion.
You see a note with the same D with a dagger next to it that says, "Marvelous increase in production, War Chief. Much less death."
Yeah. Much less death. That's all you can ask for.
I mean, if I can bring these down to 0, that'd be nice.
We're up 15 goblins, War Chief. Let's go.
Fucking demographic. Yeah. Well, then, just need to wait on somebody's letter, and I should be set.
Delana is eating his meal, finishing up near end before Delan thinks for a moment. Another swig of alcohol. Hmm. Oh, Harkin, you never did say if you got any information from the Enclave.
Oh, I got quite a good bit of information, though it was incomplete, so I couldn't quite put it in anything. It's at my home back. It's on the shelf back home as an incomplete work.
Well, we did get a few more answers in our travels. If you'd like, I do have a book I was writing on it. Let me see. Pulling out from the bag of holding. Ah, yes. This was the one I was reading into. If you'd like, you can look it over.
Oh,
I had the seer of the people look it over, and he verified and added additional notes.
oh really?
Aye. He was actually quite forthcoming.
Oh,
More
yes.
so than the matriarch or patriarch.
The seer's entire duty is to educate, from what I gathered. Unfortunately, I couldn't get access to the lodge, so I couldn't quite get in contact with him. I had to deal with the teachers in the schoolhouse. You see, as he reaches into his cloak, retrieves the monocle, which he rubs on his cloak a little bit before putting on his draconic-y head, and he begins holding a clawed hand out for the book.
Here. Go ahead. It's their way, not mine.
Oh, thank you. Let's see. Do you mind if I make some copy this down a little bit? Any information of a special value? If I put it in my own book, I will be, of course, I'll be more than happy to credit you.
Aye, please, by all means. The more people understand the Enclave people, I think the better. I would hate for another incident like the Elvish War to happen.
Completely pointless war. Absolutely futile.
Aye.
Nothing was gained, only things were lost.
Aye. And a wall struck up between the two.
Shut down communication. Entirely. Made pilgrimage back and forth even more difficult than before. Let's see here. Oh, fascinating. Interesting. Oh. Right on. Who's this? She's very pretty.
Oh. The eldest you could probably see inside the bullet point. You can see it's a lower sketch. The top half of the face is missing, but it's a pretty good illustration of what you think Lady Aramu was. But very focused on the scars and the features and all that other aspects. That was the blood chiefess. Aramu, I believe. Lady Aramu.
Must have had quite a good look at her to get this amount of detail.
She did speak with us quite often, and Gildas asked her many things about the Blood Hunters. Most of the information is from their conversation. I was listening in and drawing at the same time.
Oh, really? Interesting. What kinds of conversations did you both have with her?
Delan gestures to Gildas.
I hate to remember, actually. I completely forgot.
You basically, if I recall, you asked like, why did the Blood Hunters do this? Why, how do they commune with the moon goddess?
Right.
What is the moon goddess? Why do you care so much?
Answers to that, honestly.
So,
Yeah, but you didn't become that until later.
Okay, that's a good point. Honestly, I mean, I feel like I need to show up for that.
Yeah, I mean, please do so.
Okay.
Bob can be like, I want to help.
Yeah, who has the answers though? That's the question. I don't know who has the answers.
So, yeah. But to Hakin and say, well, I don't think I've really asked anything too deep. Just most of the basic stuff about, well, how they function, well, how they go about their faith, and all that kind of, well, things you would ask if you didn't know anything about something. Well, the enclaves, well, working was totally alien to me. So, just thought, well, here I have the chief blood interest as well as the seer, and, well, the matriarch, the patriarch over there. So may as well ask what I want to know.
Delon points. I was able to draw a sketch both of their faces as well. I decided early on not sketch anything below the shoulders for reader's sake, especially on the matriarch.
I think that unfortunately, we stand having a difference of opinion on that, Ron. I think that sketching below the shoulder would prove very insightful and educational.
I have the memory. I have just not taken to it. Perhaps I might extend it later. But yes, the blood huntress was referred to herself as Lady Aramu Victocoleros, I believe that was her name.
I see. What was she like, actually? The blood huntresses I came across were quite standoffish, and they wore masks over their face. I never got a good look at them. You gotta look at this woman's face. She must have trusted you or something to show you her face. Most of them had masks on. Very articulate masks, actually. I remember one looked like a mask of, say, with deer markings. I think another had, like, the growling face of a wolf, if you will.
Dylan thinks on it for a moment. What say you, Gildas?
I think... Well, I can't really speak from Darlin's point of view, after all. They did have a few outing together. But I think it was less about trust and more interest.
What kind of interest? It's rare for the Enclave to take an interest in something from outside.
Well, I think for the interest it was simply curiosity. After all, you see someone like that strolling in your forest, just gonna walk up to them and wonder what's up. And she did just that. As for the rest of them, the interest was more, well, their own as well. We did kind of serve, I don't want to say tools, but we help them.
Good for you.
Yeah.
It's very rare for them to accept any help from outsiders. Must have made quite a good impression.
They were very desperate in help. Didn't want to admit it entirely at all. We acquired help from a young blood who was on his way out, not being it. I believe Aqua was his name, yes?
Yes.
Yes. Sir Aqua, and then we helped them rescue some young bloods, and for that, we were changed from, in the matriarch and patriarch's words, from strangers to guests.
Well, Delon, I must openly admit, quite jealous.
Truly.
Oh, yes. From what I've gathered by going to other enclaves and managing to also get thrown out of them as well, a stranger is only expected to be around for a short amount of time. Prolonged exposure to the enclave is unwelcome for a stranger. A guest is given pleasant treatment. They're welcomed on occasion, as anyone would welcome a guest into their home every so often.
Aye. As for the circumstances, Yes, the talks I had with the Blood Huntress was strange. When we first met her, she was she. I saw a pair of eyes in the darkness, so I held my shield aloft, and when she spoke with me later, I asked why she was, and she said, "Because I said, well met."
Hmm.
That's. I asked if that was all. She said, "You approached not with anger, but with greeting." And that changed the entire dynamic. She wanted to see what was from there. That does not mean she wasn't quite. How do I put this politely? She was very mischievous. Very. She had a feline grace to her. Her movements, her body language, very much so. She was always very flirtatious,
Hmm.
very playful, which, from what I gathered in the Enclave, is very much not attuned to most. She had constant bickering with the matriarch, despite her position. Playful as it was, the matriarch constantly worrying her of, I believe, I'm sure you know the term they have, the fall.
Oh, yes, the fall. A social
Yes.
falling from grace arising from your own failures, which will linger with you until you have made it right, and in such as one has fallen, if you repeatedly fall time and time again, you will be cast out from the Enclave.
Mm.
Falling is a most shameful and unfortunate thing to happen to anyone.
Aye. Well, it was something that she feared more than anything, as she said she had done so once before.
Hmm.
So,
Interesting she got into it with a matriarch then.
I didn't get an answer for her, but from what she detailed, they had from what I can tell, they had a very difference on opinion on how the Enclave should function and what it should represent.
Last time I
Sh-
spoke to somebody who had gotten into that with an matriarch was just the other day, actually.
hmm? Ooh,
Yes. Well, you
Was
see,
it?
we have somebody right around here, actually. This very village, within the temple. Stop by
Right.
between the peace talks.
you
Right.
mean
We do.
Gildas? You know this
Hmm?
person?
Well, I was just talking to her yesterday.
She's very helpful,
Mhm.
actually. She's quite happy to educate.
Hmm. Yeah. You mean the priestess that's with Uluru?
Yes, yes, her. He
I
ran
see.
to Ulurus, I believe. Yes.
Ulurus.
Yes, Ulurus, I think it was. Yes. That was quite right.
Yes. The sister of the Vircia matriarch we met.
The sister of the
No,
matron? Really? That's fascinating.
that's that's so strange. But now that makes perfect sense what Valese was talking about. Uh,
Hmm?
uh, well, when we were riding back, he and I had a bit of a chat afterwards, and well, he had described a certain notion. Valese can be very opinionated on certain people. It goes with the territory. He's a Veneer steed. They are very particular on who they allow to ride them. Well, when apparently they arrived, when he carried Lady Eleanor and Lady Eladier to the conference, he was accepting of both of them. He had no issues with them. Uh, didn't prefer it, wasn't against it, was very neutral on them. He felt they were decent people and good, so he was fine with it. But he did say that he saw one individual pass by and with Uluru, uh, well, between the two of us, he said some words about Uluru that I will not repeat here. We're a gentleman, and I will not repeat his upsetness towards her. But he said something around the lines of he thinks he was confused by her. He said something along the lines of, "I should like you, but I don't, and I don't know why. You seem like a good person." So he told me to watch out for her. He tends to do that. Tell me people I should and should not watch. He's been very helpful, honestly.
No, I can agree. Mostly with being opinionated. Everyone should be opinionated to some degree. If you aren't any sort of opinionated, what opinions do you have?
But it does make sense then, if she is the sister of the matriarch, that makes perfect sense. He absolutely despised the matriarch. He despised. I didn't want to say it then, but he was actually very uncomfortable being in the Enclave. Very, very uncomfortable.
I can't imagine they would treat him badly. Most likely, they treat him quite reverently.
What was the word he used? He said something in Sylvan. Now I know it, but he said in Sylvan. It's hard to describe, but it means. I believe it's referred to as death cold. He felt they had the warmth of a corpse, and it felt when it should have been otherwise, and he felt that is something not should be.
I believe I understand what he was describing. The Enclave members are... I would never say they're rude, nor are they really offensive. They're quite warm and welcoming, really. But they're very... I think frigid is the best word to describe it. Standoffish, socially awkward, perhaps.
Yes. But he was very, very honest. I'm actually thankful, all things considered. He bit Uluru on the hand once.
It's a marvel. Rashid's still alive.
To be fair, he told her, he's like, I didn't realize until after I told him to apologize. She had bothered him repeatedly about riding him. And then until finally he got tired of it and she got on his back. And then he forced her off and then bit her hand. And she said she had fun.
Oh, really? That's how children learn. Tell them not to do something, they do it, goes wrong. Now they learned.
Aye.
I would know. I mean, don't touch the hot handle. Don't touch it.
Don't touch the stove. Don't touch the stove. It's quite hot. Listen to your mother.
So you touch it, and then you don't do it again. Then you teach your children not to do it, and the cycle repeats.
Bring it here, bring it here. That's right. Now, I won't mend your hand that you burned in the stove until you promise not to do it again. You learn your lesson? Good. All right.
But, yes, perhaps I should. Yes, perhaps I'll go with Bob when he delivers it. There are some questions I would be needing to ask her then. Gildas, would you like to come again? Come with us. Still be invited to the Temple of Savannah.
Well,
and I've been meaning to go.
I wouldn't mind.
Indeed. You'd also be able to help enter conversation since you've spoken with her and Uluru Fool.
I suppose I couldn't introduce you formally.
But Delon glances back to his book. The only regret I have is I never got to finish that portrait. It's a real shame.
Well, as a welcome guest, you can always return back.
Delon glances to Gildas.
There's nothing stopping you. You could just go back and, but give it some time between your last visit and the new one, of course, and show back up and ask to speak to her again. Well, from what it sounds like to me, she'd actually find you. She sees you, she'd find you, I think.
Hmm. Well, that's gonna be a problem for now, but I think it would be more accurate right now to say that we'll have to find her instead, yes.
She was. The last time we saw her was when she was running from a fight. The Enclave doesn't know where she is, and as far as they're considered, they are rendering judgment on her decisions.
Hmm.
So we don't know where she is.
Well, if she's got two brain cells to rub together, I would say that, if she's truly intelligent, yes, I'd go to Asterium, personally. It's the nearest village you can head to. If you head to the Wood Elf village, you're likely to receive some sort of perhaps scorn or ire, and it's very likely that officials of the Wood Elf village might attempt to return you to the Enclave if they truly would still desire to bring judgment to you. So you can't go there. The High Elf village is completely and thoroughly out. The monk temples of the Gith is. I don't think they'd accept somebody who's so wily and crafty. They don't really enjoy stuff like that. So you wouldn't be even let past the front door. I suppose you could try to stay with one of the war chief camps, but I'm pretty sure that one of the Enclave members would find you there eventually. So, yes, run over the mountain range, vault over the broken bridge, make your way to Asterium, enlist yourself perhaps in the military, or inebriate yourself with a local lord who can bring you some sort of haven. Maybe make your way into one of the local faiths of the area. Seek haven and sanctuary. That would be a good one.
Asterium offers sanctuaries.
Well, if you're all temples offer sanctuary if you are willing to adopt the faith.
I had not considered that. I see.
So, adopting the faith, I can't really picture that from her. If anything, from what little I know, I'd expect her to just hide out in the forest.
I would also say that since Asterium is welcoming of almost all elves that do not wish to seek home within the Savage Lands themselves, and they give them essentially a clean slate. You get a job if you choose to want to have a job. You need to actually work and be productive in some sort. So if you show yourself and you give your skill set, you'll be put in a place where you could work at. You'll be paid well, housed. You'll be basically put on your own, and then it would be up to you to make something out of that. If she went there, the Lord of Asterium would likely meet her and do something with her in that way.
See, Marshal.
You know an awful lot about those systems.
The King of Asterium is a spook. I would know. I've been thinking about it. Like, there's too much shit going down under, surface. I'm like, pretty sure Asterium was a bad place for us right about now. So, if we go to the college, like, better make it quick. Cause, it's about the only country where we found those raid mages walking out in the open with the damn city. Not pointing fingers.
There's also people with red cloaks beneath the city itself
Yep.
at a black market, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, we're not really good at that. But Delam will say it the Hawk, and how do you know so much about the Asterium policy?
I know a lot about multiple countries' policies, Delon. I travel quite a lot, and I usually make a point to understand the country I'm traveling to before heading there. Easier to not break the rules when you're in your scholarly pursuits if you understand the system. Smart man! I said not break the rules, Tulio. Not smart man!
In any case, feel free to copy what you can want from the journal. Uh, just give it back to me when you can. I'm going to grab a few more drinks.
Of course, of course.
He can tell. Any of you can roll insight if you want. If you want.
Yeah. I'm basically right there, so
Yeah.
say you sigh in and all that
Yeah.
as well. Yeah, 24.
Yeah. It's pretty obvious that that subject soured Delon a bit. Just a bit, not too much, but it still weighs on him a bit.
Harkin, whether he's aware of it or not, continues on like normal.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
He refuses to
Harkin.
draw attention to it, essentially.
That's fine.
Right, a bit.
Delon's gonna grab more alcohol because
Right,
that's what
I'll
makes things
say,
better.
I'll say, I'm sure things will work out eventually, darling.
Hmm?
Nah,
Yes, I'm.
nothing.
No, nothing. Delon like narrows eyes. I see.
Actually, subject of booze.
Subject to boom.
Ophelia, has your little trip to the library been fruitful?
Yes, I've learned quite a good deal from the libraries themselves. Is there anything in
Oh.
particular you wish to learn of what I studied?
Well, first of all, what did you study? I'll go from there.
I studied the local history as well as local sites of significance, studied local policies. I saw studies as much of the Elvish history as I could within their area as well. I even studied some of the religious symbolisms of Sylviana.
Actually, what do I want to know about? They religious wise, I'm like probably done most of well, for the most part. Well, what about the places? I know Harkin mentioned a temple somewhere around.
Alright, temple's quite near, actually. Been meaning to, prepare myself for perhaps a bit of an expedition down there, myself. I read about a temple, a former version of Lunaria that was submerged in a time of crisis. I also read of a location in the mountains themselves, a cave opening hidden from sight, obscured with magic, which led deep beneath the mountain itself into a foreign culture with very interesting beliefs on magic, calling it all key. Ah, yes, quite fascinating people. I learned of a large tree on the mountain as well, which the Hemlock family operates from. They are hermits who do not seem to ever step out. They are not seemingly well liked by many of the other communities of the High Elves, considering them mostly useful for their scholarly endeavors, but not truly inviting them to many social gatherings. There were also a few rumors which I investigated which seemed to be rather unfounded, but they seem to imply that the Hemlock family delve into old magics.
Old magics? Delon say as he's taking a sip of another thing. Let me know when I need to roll more.
You will actually need to roll another con save.
Okay. $25.
You're still tipsy, but you feel like if you keep drinking, it'll be very difficult for you to not get drunk in the next ones.
I have to. I have to get drunk. It has to happen. Artie DeLon has to come out and he needs to sing and do instruments.
Yes, old
Right.
magics. Very... Perhaps warlock in nature might come best. Perhaps a patron of some sort who has gifted them magical abilities and incredible knowledges. Eleanor frowns. I don't particularly agree with giving something for the knowledge that you retrieve in that way. I see no harm in it. Or giving something for knowledge is no different than paying a fee to a college that you can study. Or simply paying a fee to another deity, another creature, perhaps, which allows you to study by paying its fee.
Depends
Same
on what
thing,
the
Eleanor.
payment is. But it depends on the payment, Hawk. And what if it tries to take your soul, your very being, as payment?
Well, there's not many creatures of this world that try to take your souls for payments. No! The only things that take your soul for payment for the powers and the blessings that you receive are, no offense, my dear boy, but deities like Silviano or Bridget.
Well,
And
I
at
was
that
about to
point,
say,
it's a positive transaction.
if you're about to pay your soul to whichever entity you want the thing out of, I think by the moment you do necessary preparations or rituals or whatever you most likely already are willing to dedicate your own soul to that entity.
Hmm.
Oh, no offense taken, Harkin.
Thank
Can see
you.
your point.
I do not believe deities as Silviana or Bridget are foul deities by any means. It's simply that it is transactional. It's quite an honest transaction, however.
Alright.
Hmm.
I wouldn't use transaction, but yes. I did receive something out of her from my beliefs and my faith.
If it wasn't for that, we wouldn't was like, and her blessing, we wouldn't have even been able to escape the introduction of the army in that temple near the enclave. Castle, as you say.
Oh, if not for that, we wouldn't even be together at the moment.
Still, it was quite a marvelous scene.
Oh, come now.
No, I'm being quite serious. You summoned upon a power, put a power into faith, and it melted the altar in front of it. We were already in desperate situations. You were holding on. You were being surrounded by enemies at that point. It was a miraculous moment. That saved us from dealing with something far worse.
I mean, we did, yes. Honestly, were it not for failure, I would have never been able to do that in the first place. I think. So, well, yes, it was a miracle in and of itself. I think nobody should downplay themselves.
Seems you had quite the
Well,
experience.
Alright, well. Also, not the one I would want. But experience nonetheless. One to learn from. And Lady knows I've learned. I got some ideas Just in case we run into something similar.
Excellent. All experiences in life, whether we want them or not, are learning experiences. Simply what we choose to learn and take from them. And if you're gonna take something from an experience, you should take everything. Tulio downs another drink.
Let's see. Ah, let's see. Yes, I think. Yeah, Delon's gonna stand up at that point. Gonna walk over. He's gonna ask, "So, how is everyone doing? Good on drinks, food?"
I'm full.
Snacks has had his fill and is ready for a nap.
A nap? No, we just barely got started.
Snacks
Come
has been
now.
eating non-stop since we arrived. Snacks is full.
Fine. Yeah. What about you, ladies and gentlemen? He says, going to the table.
Eleanor smiles, a little bit of pink on her cheeks. She the wine bottle is mostly empty. Oh, it's been quite lovely, honestly. I love listening to all the stories and chipping in here and there. And the wine's been good. The food was surprisingly good too, if not what I would usually order. I don't know if I'd order it again, but it wasn't bad either. Ophelia nods. It has been very pleasant. I feel quite content observing the joys at all the tables.
I see. Glances over to Eladir and Centurion. What have you do? You gotten something to eat, to drink?
Centurion nods. At my begrudgingness, I have been forced to order ale as well as some wine, and some hornet honey ale. As for food, I'm having some of the drink myself. You won't see me eating that. Far too rich for my blood. No, I think just a simple steak. Cooked medium rare, light seasoning, and the alcohol here will do.
Fair enough. Delon, let's see. What does he have his instrument on him? You know what? He's gonna go up to the bartender. Barkeep, do you have an instrument on hand?
Fact of the matter is, I do actually.
What do you have?
Well, he looks left, looks right, opens up a little cupboard and takes something out. Kind of scratches the back of his head. Don't go judging, but kind of like the little cello myself.
Ah, it's wonderful. Do you mind if I play a few tunes?
Know what? No, I don't think I mind at all. Just make sure you don't hurt the strings, or the bow, or the wood, and we're fine.
Aye, I'll be very careful, I promise. Let's see. Delon's gonna approach everyone.
Why
Well,
does the
if you'd like-
Dragonborn get to play it?
Because
Can
he
you
won't
play?
break it.
Delon chuckles and returns. You can tell his walk is a bit confident, but he's pretty buzzed at this point. Any song requests?
Ophelia pipes up.
Do you know the one of the king from the heavens?
Oh, that one. Do I? Pretty sure. Roll history. I want to get a crit. Roll history so I can just be done with it.
Roll history then.
Damn it! It's only a 12.
So you do know this one. It's a very, very old folk tale that is told through song.
I was like, I think we can start off on that. Yes, I do recall. Let me see. I am a bit rusty. Let's see. So I'm gonna pick up the string and I guess I'll roll performance then.
Yes, yes.
Okay. 22.
Very nice. So you're going to do a fantastic performance.
I guess I sing the song or whatever. And I'm just gonna do requests because I think it'd be fun.
Alright.
So,
It'd also be engaging for the other players too. It's like, what do you want to hear? Let's do it.
So as you sing and do that one, you see as Ophelia hums and kind of like bobs her head back and forth through the song.
Mm-hmm.
once this one is over, say,
Mm-hmm.
do you know the girl from Frostmourne?
The girl from Frostmourne. Roll history. I'm assuming.
Yes.
It's a 20.
Alright, I'd say you probably know that one.
Let's see. Yes, I think I do. It's the let's see. He plays a little bit of the ditty. Is it that one?
Oh, well, as you do so, like, probably sing along. So you'll know it's the right one, essentially.
Okay. Roll performance. Let's say. I think it's.
I'll roll with you.
Yeah, let's do it.
Where
Roll
is it?
performance. Yeah, 10 and
Fairly
12.
average.
Hey, it's not bad. Average roll's pretty good.
Yeah.
The girl from performance.
Alright, so you both go out and you begin singing this one. You both do. The singing is not the best because it's drunken singing, but it's got a lot of passion behind it, so it makes up for it essentially. The passion behind the singing makes people kind of think that you're better at singing it than you really were. Kind of like how When the Rock sings, you know?
Right. Okay.
Same kind of a thing going on.
It's okay. That's all it does. Wonderful. Let's see. Any other requests? Yon? Eleanor?
I got one. Sing Kings Under the Mountain.
Oh, I don't even need to roll a history check for that one.
No,
I'm gonna
you
do
know
it anyway.
you know that one. That's one all dwarves know. It's a dwarven favorite.
Alright, I can't fail a Yorm. I got a roll performance. 22.
Nice.
I did not fail it. That one, especially for you, Yorm. King under the dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
All right, so you say you do a fantastic job. You see as Yorm is clapping his hands, tapping his foot, and just he'll like sing up and sing lyrics in Dwarvish, but a bit sloppy and slurred due to his drinking. But he's having a great time with it.
Mm-hmm. I'm just waiting for suggestions.
All right. Let's see. Snacks will raise his clawed hand.
Yes, Snacks.
Can you sing something with a bump and a beat? Wild, erratic, blood pumping, reminds you of the hunt.
You have to roll. Should I roll history or insight, or what would I roll?
I'd say roll performance, because there's not really a
Okay.
song that I would say you probably know that gives off that, but you might be able to improv it.
Okay. It's like a 13.
Alright. So you do a good job. You see as Snacks jumps off his chair, runs over to like a random table and starts like dancing on the table. It looks kind of like Snoopy from the from the Christmas Carol, just dancing.
Yeah, I love that. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. It's great. In between, I'm probably gonna take a bit more of a swig of alcohol, cause fuck it.
Alright.
I can roll Constitution if you want.
Yep, con save.
All right. 22, baby.
You're drunk.
Yep, I'm drunk, but I'm all right with that. I'm drunk, but I'm not blackout. I'm drunk enough to
No,
have
you're not
fun.
blackout, but you are drunk. You are officially drunk. Yeah, repeated
Yeah.
exposure gradually raises the DC.
That's good. That's good. All right.
So, let's see. Tulio will raise a finger. Sing. Yeah, I got one for you. The Vampire and the Lamb. It's an old romantic song.
The Vampire and the Lamb. Let's see. I recall you saying I have to make 2 rolls now that I'm drunk.
Basically, you roll at disadvantage now that you're drunk. For
Oh,
like, if
just
you were to,
performance.
yeah, if you were to do performance, you'd basically roll 2 rolls for that. Yeah, you can still make the history roll to recall the song if you wanted.
Yeah, I'll do that. 18.
All right. So that is a bit. That's like a. Tulia says it's an old romantic song, and it is, but it doesn't really have a happy ending. The song is of an old vampirish count who fell in love with a woman who he called his lamb, and eventually his love killed her, kind of a thing.
Not as romantic as expected, but I do know it. Let's see. It's been a long time since I made such a role, such a performance. I think it goes like this. So, well,
All right, 12.
12.
Tulio nods, tapping his foot, drinking his booze at the same time as he listens. He seems to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Harkin will raise a clawed hand.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sing the one of the dragon under the mountain.
Dragon under the mountain. I don't think I need to make a history for that.
No, it's a song of the brown dragon from before he was killed, essentially.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. 13.
All right, you do a well enough job. Not a bad job. Not an amazing job, but pretty well enough, kind of a thing. Again, like The Rock, you're making up for it with passion.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. After that one, Ophelia will nod, but Eleanor will actually chip up. Sing the one of yes. Sir Knight, wherever have you gone? I haven't heard that one since I was a child.
Sir Knight. All right. If the lady requests it, I will do so. 21. So nice. So that's a 21, I believe.
Alrighty. So you do actually a really good job on this one. Eleanor seems to hum, and she has a finger in the air as she just kind of closes her eyes, bobs her head, and waves her finger around in the air, as if, just clearly enjoying it. Her foot taps on the floor.
I got one.
Come on.
Got another one. So
All right, go for it.
I'll say. No, I've been feeling pretty nostalgic as well. So, how about this one? When Jebediah comes marching home. Should they pretty well known?
Should I roll history on that?
You don't need to, no.
Okay.
That's an old Ronaldian song.
Old Ronaldian song. 15. I'm getting so many crits, but not crits. I'm getting so many not crits. It's so sad. Well, this at least will up my performance game.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that's a 15. That's pretty good.
All right, so you sing the song of the founder of Reynold marching home. Marching home through the wilds of Reynold to the shack in the woods where his group of people originally started from, and it just spins off into a tale of a small group becoming a larger group before becoming a kingdom.
Dylan finishes that one, gives a slight bow. Clearly a bit intoxicated, pretty intoxicated at this point. He goes, anything. I speak multiple languages now. I do know more than just common.
Eladir grins and chips up and says to you in Elvish, "Sing, oh boy, wherever did you go?" That's not a happy
What?
one either. Eleanor frowns.
Hmm.
Why sing about a song about a boy getting eaten by a kappa? 'Cause I like it. It's good marching music.
I'm gonna roll history. I'm assuming that I know. I may not know this.
You may roll
Let's see.
history, yes.
That is a 20 thing.
So,
No, it's not.
even with an 11, you kind of know this one. It's an old marching song.
Mhm.
Essentially, it's in the Elvish culture. It's a song about that mostly soldiers or men would sing
Mhm.
while marching about basically why they're fighting to avoid their boys growing up without a father, so they don't go in the woods and get eaten by a kappa.
Wonderful. All right, let's do it. Ooh, he doesn't do great. He does okay. He doesn't do great, folks.
Yeah, you do okay. You haven't been doing any of these bad yet.
Yeah. It's honestly impressive, all things considered.
Alright. So, with that, Eladir nods. She actually, while you're singing, she leans over to Centurion, who rolls his eyes before chipping up after you finish.
Mhm.
Play a dancing song.
A
Something with a
dancing
kick in its
song.
step, yes.
That I can do. Dylan thinks whether or not to do an Elvish or a common song.
Do it in
Ooh.
multiple languages
I do. I have multiple languages.
at the same time.
At the same time,
Yes.
you know
One
what?
person.
Is that are you gonna say that? Are you gonna say that
Oh,
game? Are you gonna
yes,
challenge
yes,
one?
yes.
Let's skill this challenge. Let's do it. Say that out loud.
Mhm,
Multiple
Right.
languages. Go ahead.
mhm.
Go
Dancing
ahead.
song in multiple language. Hey, one verse could be Draconic, I guess. One in common. Up to you.
You want me to sing a song in multiple languages with pep and
Huh?
step? All right, so you're on, old man, old boy. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see a good song I can do with that. I guess this is performance. Let's go for it. That's a 15.
Alright.
Well, I think he'd probably pick a song that he can easily switch between. I think he'd probably pick a very easy song where he can sing the Draconic, switch back to common and Elvish and all and even Gnomish by the end.
Sounds good.
You just fit words in.
So, you actually begin playing and getting that song going. You see a Centurion rises from the table. He actually gives Eladir a salute before offering his hand. She practically leaps up from the chair, takes his hand, and they actually go off and begin dancing.
Yeah.
Stax is still dancing on this table.
Yeah. Dance the night away, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
Tulio, a bit drunk, walks over to Ophelia. Ma'am, may I have this dance? It's not often that a man can say he danced with the devil. Ophelia just kind of gives him a bemused look before nodding.
Don't touch your skin. You're getting necrotic damage.
It's okay, he's got gloves
That's
on.
not gloves.
Yeah, he's got gloves.
But
Good. Okay, good. He's got gloves on.
I need to learn as well. So.
Yeah, go.
Wait. Lady, if you please.
Oh, and I do please, thank you. So Eleanor will follow you to dance as well.
Let's go
Huzzah.
over there.
Where are you going?
Yeah, I guess
Over there?
that.
Yeah, sounds good.
Well, there's some room over there, but
It's by the front
That's
door,
fine.
though.
Let the common folks in.
Yorm actually grabs some bottles and walks over in front, over in this way. And he puts the bottles on top of his head.
Yeah. Dancing with bottles on his head.
Yep.
Yeah. Good performance. What about you, Bub? What do you want to do? You want to dance? Footloose. I want to see Bub Footloose.
I have zero performance, so I've been holding fire.
Go. Do it.
We're
Why
all
not?
drunk
Roll
here. There's no
performance.
shame.
Yes!
Oh,
Bob is the best dancer here.
Yeah. Put on your top hat and do us a little medicine.
Hello, my honey. Hello, my baby. Hello, my longtime gal.
Girl, give me a kiss for one. Give me a heart on high. If you refuse me, honey, you lose me. Honey, also come home and tell me I'm your own. I love Mission Day Frog. Yeah, but Bob Frog's just dancing on the table now. I mean, at this point, I'm just gonna play multiple different songs. At this point, he's just gonna switch for them because this is his official dance now. So he's just gonna perform as best he can. Do you want to roll performance round? See how you do.
Yeah, may as well.
Roll performance. Roll fizzle beef.
Always you have to fucking look for it, but yeah, let's go.
It's at the very bottom.
Yeah!
There you go.
You got a 20 as well. You almost got a crit. Literally one away.
Alright. So everybody begins dancing and singing and having a good time. Barkeep is nodding and having a good time. He actually smacks the goblin on the back and just tells him to go have a good time. Go on. You earned it. Yeah, workman. You've been working hard enough today. Goblin starts, just runs over. He just jumps onto a table and just starts doing a weird tribalistic dance where he just flexes his arms up and down, marching and jumping in a circle.
Goblins are simple creatures.
You all, with you, Gildos, Eleanor is, taking quite some time to dance with you. She's enjoying it. She mixes between, like, a slower dance and, like, doing a bit more stuff that's kind of similar to, if you will, like, tango. But it's still some good stuff. Yorm just continues to dance. Even with a few broken bottles at his feet, he doesn't seem to care. He just keeps dancing with what's left of the bottles. Snacks has fallen asleep on the table, having worn himself out. Let's see. Eladir and Centurion are basically are really, really close and are dancing and twirling. He'll pick her up and toss her in the air before catching her. Very energetic dancing over there as well. However, Tulio is dancing. Funny enough, he's dancing with perfect poise and basically slow dancing with Ophelia. It's a very noble dance. Very gentlemanly.
Very unbecoming.
It's a dance motivated by fear.
But yeah.
One wrong step, one misstep might kill me.
And that's why I love every moment of this dance. But alrighty. This goes on for quite a good while into the night, I'd say. Until eventually the barkeep rounds you all up. It just kind of leads you all to individual rooms in the tavern. Due to the Adventurers Guild having rooms, he doesn't send you on home. He doesn't seem to want to send you home wandering home drunk. So he just gives you a room, and due to the fact that you're gold members, it's a free night, essentially. Come morning, a few of you are hungover. The tavern itself has been cleaned up. Doesn't seem like whatever mess was made last night is still there. But, everything's quite nice at the moment, despite the hangovers for those that have it. Which I would definitely say Delon, Gildas, Yorm, and perhaps Tulio have a hangover.
Well, I probably drank the least of the last night. I was
True.
like nursing it. Well,
But that's just the effect Ronaldian potato vodka has. Strong stuff. It's not a bad hangover. You probably have the least bad hangover.
dude,
You
I
probably
could
have
just
like the
drink these.
hangover that's like it's just barely noticeable
That's
for
the
you.
restoration.
Yeah.
What hangover, Gildas? What hangover? Did I say Gildas had a hangover? Never mind.
Alpha move. Alpha move.
What hangover?
Well, problem is, if you're drunk enough, you probably can't cast the spell because you know voice
Uh-huh.
component is like. Yeah.
If you're drunk enough, it doesn't do anything.
Well, probably the somatic component as well. It's like you gotta move like.
Mhm.
It's like. Well, you know, it's like those alcohol tests.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
restoration. It's like, no, mister, please touch
Now,
your
Mr.
nose
Booze.
with your left hand. Touch your nose. What do you mean, officer? I can.
Come morning, however, you find that Eladir and Centurion have left. Stacks has just like a kitchen cloth thrown over him as he's just asleep on the table still. Harkin is actually sitting at a different table with some breakfast food and a morning brandy with him. Yorm comes down, rubbing his forehead. Oh, I think I tripped and hit my head on a bottle some point last night.
I suppose maybe. I think probably Delon will come down soon after. I think you balanced a few of them on your head.
Oh, aye. Old dwarvish stance. Real old school. A bit out of practice, I'm afraid.
Yes. Perhaps. I was a bit rusty in my performances as well.
When you also come down, you see that Tulio is currently sitting across the table from Ophelia. He's mostly minding his own business and relaxing. Ophelia, however, seems quite content. She seems to have enjoyed last night. She has a smile.
Yeah. I'm a new girl.
Eleanor seems to be not around at this moment, however. She seems to be still in her room, assumedly.
She got knocked out drunk.
I guess if she doesn't come down for a few more minutes, either me or Gildas will probably go up and get her.
I mean, yeah, I can get her. Like check up on her and see if there's any problem too. So
yeah, do what you gotta do.
will. Yeah. Yeah, once we see how party leader are coming down, I'll go up and knock on the door. See if there's any response first.
There's a bit of a shuffling before the door slowly opens, and you see that see a bit of Eleanor's face. Her hair is a little out of sorts, not clearly done up yet. And she's has her eyes squinted and she's yawning a bit.
Are you alright in there? I mean, we're waiting on you, but
I had a lovely time last night. Thank you for the dance, by the way. But I'm afraid I might have had a bit too much to drink. I couldn't quite meditate, you see.
Ah,
Oh.
I've actually had
Well,
to sleep last night, and I'm not quite used to it.
well, looking at your hair and all, think you have body longer than we did.
No, I simply don't usually have to lay down in a bed and sleep normally. Apparently, these beds are quite uncomfortable, or else I tossed and turned all night.
Well, you sure you don't need anything?
I'll be right as rain in a few more hours.
Hours? Well, if you need anything, we'll be down below.
Thank
Every
you.
time we'll tell them that you had some sleeping troubles.
ah.
Thank you. And again, I did have a lovely time last night. We should do something like this more often.
Yeah, we do. We should.
Perhaps as head of the expedition, I will make it a mandatory endeavor after every large successful excursion that we will mandatorily celebrate. Would that be an abuse of power?
Some might consider it, but even without those big events, we could always set up a day in the week where we just do that kind of thing. Just dance around, sing little songs,
Hmm.
just have a nice time.
She thinks for a
Oh.
moment and nods. Perhaps.
How about that? Day. Set up a day in the week, say maybe Friday. Then we designate a person in our party to be the host. Then they have to cook something with their own design. Then they'll be the master of the night and decide what we could, what to do.
The only one I'm most worried about is actually Bub and Tulio. I don't think I want to get up to whatever Bub and Tulio think are fun for the night. Knowing Bub, we'd be going out and doing hard work. On a Friday night, we'd go out and dig holes for people. Start digging latrines or something. I think that's what he might find fun. As for Tulio, why do I feel like he'd have us all wearing masks, wearing cloaks on our heads, and breaking into buildings over the night?
Well, that's when you come up with countermeasures to that. Either conveniently forget when it's their turn, or do some kind of system where the person, the host, is randomly chosen. But we'll rig the system to never come on Bub or Tulio. It would be just at least every once in a while, but
I couldn't do that to them. We'd have to take turns. That's the only true and fair way to do it. Perhaps add a system where one can pass their turn if they want to? I don't even know where to begin what I would choose to have as a party night. A scholar party? No, that's not quite entertaining for others now, is it? Potion making party?
whatever you choose, but just be a nice change of pace anyway. Who cares if it's just reading books?
Perhaps.
If anything, a given night like that just tells you more about like how the host is. To know that, like, well, yeah, I guess a chance to get to know more about people.
true, and I would really like to get to know more about our traveling compatriots. It's important for friends to get closer, isn't it?
Hey, how long have we been traveling together by now?
Eleanor actually pauses. Almost half a year. Maybe a little more.
See? Time flies.
Time flies when you're on the road.
Right. Are you sure you don't want a cup of tea or something?
Oh no, I can make myself some tea if I wanted to. But I appreciate the offer.
Well then, I'll leave you to rest, I think. In the meantime, we'll discuss what to do. We'll then reconvene once you're up, I think.
Eleanor nods, slowly closing the door. Thank you again.
And I just wave it later. Then go back down. And yeah, I'm gonna go back and say, well, it's nothing to worry about. The lady just had a bad night.
A little too much, then.
Right. Elven problems.
You see.
Never have that problem with a dwarven woman.
Right. But
Dwarven lady can hold her liquor.
right, and dwarves also have the advantage of falling asleep like a rock, while elves never really need to sleep. So that was her problem, lack of ability to sleep.
Has she tried a harder mattress? Those
I
soft,
believe
pillowy
it's-
mattresses from around here don't do anything for me.
The issue is that she needs a softer mattress.
What the hell is wrong with her?
She's an elf, not a dwarf.
No excuse!
Come on. I prefer sleeping on leaves rather than rock.
Leaves are scratchy and itchy and irritate your skin. Got all them weird oils. The rock, you always know what you're getting. And rocks come in different kinds of hardness.
Fact check, true.
But yeah, we do have volcanic rocks and oceanic rocks. I need to remember my geology classes. What, dude? It's been 7 years, there you go. Wasted your life already. Work it out, let's go. Just late. At least you got a D&D group out of that. So, follow that. But yeah.
What's on the itinerary? Heard you were talking to Bub about going out, something like that?
We have I believe, Bob has something to deliver to Lady Uluru. Is that not correct? Evan the doll.
Evan!
Oh, Vinon.
Dagnabbit.
Yeah, it happens.
Close your YouTube video right now. Stop reading manga. JoJo can wait.
Remember, TDM and drudgery are good for the soul. The sounds of dialogue. Yeah. Evan. Are you seriously, Evan? Are you not there? Whatever. Fudge him or no.
Blech.
Blech. So, Delon just picks up Bubba and just we're going. He's still a little tired.
Delon, I highly recommend a firmer mattress. You'll sleep better. Once you learn to sleep on it, you can sleep anywhere. Dwarven trade secret.
It's always trade secret for a reason.
Alrighty.
So yeah.
So Delon, you, Gildos, and Bub make your way out of the tavern, correct?
AKA the main characters, yes.
Wait, we're going already?
The world revolves around us, bro.
Oh, you finally showed up, Ev. Thanks.
Alright, I just grabbed dinner.
Ah, okay. I didn't see any message about that or anything, so I was just like, I don't know what happened to Evan.
I mean, do we not want to deliver the thing, Rem?
I mean, yeah, but...
But do we want it in
well,
the session now?
Yeah. No.
Am I hungover?
I mean,
Bub, I would say you are not hungover because of the necklace that you have, essentially. It's the only reason you're
Okay.
not.
Alright, important distinction.
Delon is unfortunately hungover.
Gildos isn't.
Yeah, Gildus is cool. He did lesser
I can guide
restoration.
you to, yeah, I can guide you to the temple. Will be a chaperone today.
Oh yeah, did Delon get his journal thing back from Harkin?
You did actually.
Cool.
Before you leave, Harkin actually hands you the journal himself. Hands it right to you.
Thank you, Harkin. Appreciate it.
Oh,
Hope it
thank
was
you.
helpful.
Alright, weird question. What is
Aye.
Ululu's race? Would I know?
Her race?
Is she
Nobody
a drow?
knows. That's the thing. You want to
She's
guess?
nature incarnate. That's all she.
If Bub, you
no,
want, you
she's-
could roll a. You could roll a nature or arcana check to try to guess, I suppose.
Alright, I'm going for it.
Go for it.
I
Roll
need your
guidance.
Guidance, Gildas.
All right, I'm also going to
Guidance.
help you. You can use a D6 as well.
There we go.
Girl!
Guidance anyway.
All right, so he gets a crit. Because guidance and shit.
Alright.
Oh, plus a
33.
6.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So,
I'm
33.
activating my ultra instinct here.
After another partying, something unlocked in Bub's brain.
Dude, that's 2 crits in a row. Every session I've been in lately, I've gotten 2 crits in a row. It's crazy.
It's the rolls. That means we're going to have one session where you're just going to roll one.
Oh yeah, I can't
They're
wait.
all going to be super important.
Y'all are gonna have to save my ass too.
So you're gonna have middling, like I do too.
Mm-hmm. The 8s and the cursed 8s and 10s.
This is why I'm gonna summon other creatures to roll for me.
So give me one moment.
Take your time.
Yep.
This meme is the definition of this roll because I'm actually like, as a nat 20, it wouldn't have actually worked, but the total of is what matters here. Funny enough.
Yeah. Like you're about, yeah, I created the skill check. I'm like, not 20 on the skill check doesn't mean anything. It's like if you roll a 20 but the DC is 25,
Too bad, y'all.
Nat 20s are auto hits in combat. They're not auto succeeds on skill checks.
Exactly. These sounds read it. You know that those succeeds on a not 20? No, they ain't.
Alrighty.
Go to love.
Exactly.
Epic, I love that too.
No, that's exactly why I'm actually thinking real quick, so I'm trying to figure out the result for this. Okay, I think I get it now. Okay, so, Bub, you're trying to think about Ularu's race. You've never encountered a creature like her before. You've actually almost never heard of a creature like her existing anywhere before. So it's really hard to figure out what she might be. But as a druid and basically a speaker and communer with nature, you have a better understanding of some things than other things. Due to this, you don't know exactly what Uluru is, but I can give you like a bit of info on her. I will say this to you in voice instead of writing it down. I will write it down later, essentially. But you know that she must be of some sort of perhaps draconic heritage.
Oh shit, that changes a lot. Okay.
You don't know what perhaps kind of draconic heritage, but you know that she is of draconic heritage. Her slow aging, being like 300 years old, but barely being not even being barely being a preteen kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Her phenomenal power at that age. Quite proudly and confidently saying that she could theoretically wound a black dragon but die in the process. Basically having so much authority and power wherever she goes, most people not truly even understanding her or getting her, a lot of things fearing her, it's gotta be perhaps some sort of draconic heritage. You do know that she's most likely one of the only, if currently the only creature of her kind that's around.
Okay, I know what the toy is. That's why I was asking.
Alrighty. I would also say with that roll, you know that she is what you would consider maimed to some degree. She has a broken horn, and the only time that you could see wings on her is with your other sight, kind of a thing.
Cool. Let's go. Okay. And I don't remember, but you asked me last session, do I want to put something in the toy? And I don't remember because I was uncommittal last time. I don't remember.
Yes, you have a crystal that you gained from the stash in the temple that has a lot of nature energy in it.
Yeah, all right, let's do it.
So you're going to put it in the toy?
Yep.
Alrighty.
And I'll imbue it with all the power I have.
Just understand, when you put that gem in there, you're using this up in what could have maybe been a key for something else.
A key?
Or I don't know.
You
found it near the temple, right?
You found it in the temple. It radiates nature energy. It's most likely good for either a crafting component or something else, but you could, if you're using this, it would be used up functionally.
I'm using it.
Alrighty.
Alright, do what you gotta do.
Just
Gotta
wanted
make
to
allies,
make sure.
right?
Just wanted to make sure, essentially.
Yeah.
Go for broke.
Alright.
That's what I'm doing, literally.
So you managed to put it in with the toy that you made, and as you, Delon, and Gilnos make your way towards the Temple of Sylviana, you get some nods, some little nods of acknowledgement. Some people wave at you. When you get to the temple, you actually are welcomed in. The guards let you in. They nod at you, Bub. They welcome you. And as you make your way further in, heading towards the sanctuary, you see for Delon and Bub, this is a first, you see a priestess standing outside. She has a hood over her head and a bit of a band, sort of like a headband of some sort, or like a cloth over her eyes. She inclines her head to you. Welcome. Do you wish to enter into the sanctuary?
Delon glances at everyone. We do.
Excellent. You are allowed within. Please remain civil and try not to cause any sort of disturbances. This is a sanctuary, a place of peace and protection and learning.
Of course.
Please enjoy your stay. With that, she mutters a prayer. You see the door glow for a moment, and then she opens the door for you, letting you in. As you're welcomed in, Delon, you see that this place has a beautiful tree. It's basically a garden sanctuary. You see there's a beautiful tree that's growing out that has fruits on it, that has an altar in front of it. You can also see that there is a rather large statue, or not like a humongous statue, but it is a statue of a elvish woman with a hood over her head who is holding her arms out as if for an embrace. She stands right behind the altar but with the tree behind her, essentially.
I'm gonna sketch it.
All right. You can also
performance, I guess.
see. Yes, go ahead.
Damn. No, I'm gonna +6 myself. Fuck that.
All right, 7. No, 18.
That's an 18. That's an 18.
All right. So you do a good job sketching that. You also can see that there are floating, like sparkling crystals, which seem to be growing out of the tree that's around you. They glow and give off natural, luminescent, warm light, as if little suns in these little crystals. You can see priests and priestesses moving around. Most of the priests seem rather old. There are a handful of young ones, but most of them are old. They all have the similar cloth over their eyes, and they're running their fingers over old scrolls or old tomes, and they kind of congregate and talk amongst each other. They have long flowing robes and little symbols of the like that are on their person. If you look over their direction, they incline their head to you very politely before returning their conversation. The priestesses offer you, as you're walking in, they offer all three of you this, a little thing of wine, a little piece of like fruit, like a little peach, and they offer you a little flower bracelet kind of a thing.
Well, last time I picked the wine, so I'll take the other two this time.
All right. Bub and Delon, do you take the wine, the piece of the peach, and the flower bracelet?
Yeah, Delon's gonna ask, what's this?
The wine is so that you might enjoy the sweetness and partake of the kindness of Sylviana. The peach itself is a warm, sweet taste of home, a simple pleasure which we welcome you with, and the bracelet is a little keepsake that will give you a small bit of Sylviana's protection when you wear it out within the woods.
Thank you.
They nod their head to you.
Bob, do you take also of stuff? Or you would like, no!
Well, what is? Do I know what the stuff is?
I'd say you do. There's like a little peach. There's a small little glass of wine, like a tiny little one, and a bracelet made of flowers and the like.
Okay, yeah, I'll take it.
All right. So as you take the offerings, the priestesses nod and gesture you further in. As you head towards the center of the glade, you find not only is the priestess here, you can see that while she is sat on a bench, which is near the tree, you can see that Uluru is sat on the ground near the bench as well, essentially. Irantir watching over Uluru.
Mhm. Yeah, well, I see we're all making our way there. Zulu is there.
Yeah, might as well.
Alright. As you walk over towards them, Irantir looks up from Uluru. You see as she slowly closes a old tome and rises from her seated position. Hello. Welcome to the sanctuary of Sylviana.
Good morning to you.
And good morning to you as well.
Hello.
As soon as you speak, Bub, Uluru looks up where she's been playing with an old, like, trashy doll, rises and walks right over to you. Did you bring the doll?
I was trying to think. Do I have something that I could have it wrapped in?
You could have easily
Delon-
got something to wrap it in.
Yeah.
Something dramatic.
Delon would have probably helped you with it.
Okay. Well, what do you think would be appropriate?
Well-
I did a brief description in.
So-
the Discord.
Probably would be appropriate is you probably wrap it in something like we do still have some of that we have a bunch of fabric and other fine linen. You could easily just
Yeah.
wrap it in like a fine linen.
Okay, I'll do that.
Wait, don't you have like the Arrow petals as well? Like, you put
Yeah, we do.
inside of it. Like,
I want to use those.
yeah.
We got fine linen, it'll be fine. It's
Oh, remind me that I still have that glade tree seed, and we need to plant it when we go back to Remy's place.
right.
Gotta remind me to do that, because, yeah.
Why don't you write that down?
Yeah,
Yeah,
write
no,
it down because it's gonna be like 6 months. So
Yeah, it's like basically 6 months real time. At this rate.
No, yeah,
You
I
do.
mean, I have this list of quests, and I'm like, not doing that, not doing that, not doing that. I mean, we're all
Anywho.
doing it, so I mean, it makes sense, but... Plant at Remy's place. I don't even know where that is. We need to name your land, dude.
oh, that place. Like, okay, Remy's place, like Rental, but like, where do we need to plant the
No,
tree?
no, the border.
Anyway, it's like... So yeah, I guess.
Why
I have
not,
more
right?
seeds, so gotta spread the love. Love is here. But yeah. So anyway, Bub's gonna like walk up dramatically, and he's wrapped up this thing, and you can't tell what the shape is because he's messed with it magically somehow. And he will not reveal his secrets.
Uluru tilts her head at you, kind of like a dog. What do you have?
All right. Well, I got to thinking. I like toys. I made toys for a while, but you're a very special person. So I was thinking, what would a druid want? So I thought about what I would want. So I thought super hard, and I used all my education to figure it out. And then I figured out the right thing.
I'd certainly hope so. Bub knows many things.
Yeah, I think this best represents you and the future. So I'm gonna open it up.
So you see as Uluru waits until you essentially open it and give it to her. As she takes a look at it, she tilts her head some more. Her eyes seem to narrow a little in like mild confusion. before she reaches in, picks it up, and holds it in front of her.
What is it?
Yeah, so basically, it looks like you know those like dragon statues that they have. It looks like one of those, and it's crafted from the bark of the sacred tree. It has kind of like horns that I would imagine she'd have if it wasn't like crippled, and it has like her special wings coming out the back, and it has the gem at the top of the crystal's head, symbolizing wisdom. And what color was the bark of the tree?
The bark of the tree was a very nice yellowish color.
Okay, so it's kind of like hewn in gold, and you notice that they're very specifically carved little grooves in it, as if they were dragon scales.
Don't forget the petals from the rose. The
Yeah.
dress.
Yes, exactly. So it's kind of the scales kind of gleam with the colors of the petals, and so do the teeth and the claws and the eyes. And it's a little bit mobile, like can move a little bit, because Tulio did a really good job to kind of give it like the toy-like thing. But it's like a really fancy-ass toy. It's like a moving statue. Like you could make this into a golem type of thing.
Cool, cool. So Uluru keeps staring at it for a little bit, and she goes to like she's kind of like fiddling with it, and when the arm moves, she actually she like gasps.
Did I break it?
No, it's supposed to move.
It moves?
Watch this, and I'm gonna show her how to do a claw attack like a dragon does. You gotta claw it like this, brah, and then if you hit once, you get to have your rend attack that goes like this, and he like spins around like in a really dramatic manner. And that's when you hit him with your breath weapon, and he opens the mouth. Ah!
Have you been watching me?
Huh? Yeah. Seen you a couple times. So I know a lot, because I'm very observant.
Next time Uluru fights one of those, she should take it to a further away glade then.
You fought a dragon? He says really excited.
Not a dragon. Just, you know.
No what?
The Harbingers.
Oh yeah. Well,
Uluru is surprised you saw her fight it.
I'm gonna take out the finger. Yeah, we can study this. I tried to harvest more, but I couldn't.
You can keep that. Uluru doesn't need it.
Okay. Yeah, so Bob says, I'm sorry that I couldn't make it fly. I'm not a artificer.
It's okay.
Sounds fancy.
It can fly like this.
She just like takes it sideways and starts like moving it up and down in the air.
Nice. Hooray!
Thank you, Bob.
You're welcome. I think about it. You're the first druid I ever met, so thank you.
She just kind of tilts her head for a moment before nodding.
Of course. It is good of you to thank Uluru.
Uluru, arrogance does not befit a lady.
Bub just laughs at her.
Oh yeah, right. For the doll, Uluru will...
She like looks up towards the ceiling, putting a finger under her thumb, kind of thinking for a moment.
Uluru will help Bob in the future with his threat thing that he mentioned.
Yeah, gotta get ready. We need to marshal our forces. It's coming. And wait, and she heard the whole thing, and he said, "It's more personal now, but at least that means we know a bit more about what to expect." Oh, my boys.
Ularu's not overly concerned. It went away after all. It's gone.
What do you mean?
Delon kind of chimes in very politely. With all due respect, Lady Ularu, temporarily. If they found one way to open the door, they may find more.
That's right. You gotta take dragons seriously.
Why do you take a dragon seriously? The only dragon I've ever fought went running and hiding with its tail and its heads between its legs.
You did find a dragon. I knew it.
Not
That sounds
recently.
like a little too excitingly. A little too excitedly. Like, that's such a huge accomplishment.
I mean, it's
Ooh.
not like it was the strongest dragon or anything. It was just the green one.
You bought the green dragon? Did he make you hallucinate?
He tried to play tricks, but Ularu is Ularu.
He's very tricky, yeah.
Yeah, he's weak like that.
Not all dragons are like that. All dragons are tricky, but in their own way.
If Bub says so, then it must be true. Bub knows
Of
many
course.
things.
Yes, but those many things. Nods in agreement.
Delon's gonna pat Bub on the shoulder. I'm glad you enjoyed your duel. I'm glad that you think Bub did a wonderful job.
I mean, yeah. This is garbage.
And she just holds up the doll that she has already.
This is nice.
Mm.
Ularu likes this.
She just like folds it in up to her chest, wrapping her arms around it. There's like a little
Oh,
smile on her
magic, which
face.
means its hardness is hot. I don't know if 5th edition still has hardness mechanics. But magic actually makes it harder to break shit.
It does actually.
It
And
does.
it's made of the tree. Like, I was thinking, like, okay, she can.
It's
keep
gotta be
this
durable
forever.
as shit. You gotta durable the hell out of this.
Like, she's gonna
Yeah,
keep it for
Delon's-
1,000 years, you know.
Yeah. Delon, thanks for a moment. I am. I'm glad that that you're enjoying it. I have actually, if I may I ask a question of you, lady?
Huh? Me?
Yes, you. Why the dress, if I may be curious? I understand the toy and the doll, but the dress, I'm a bit intrigued by that. You were very adamant about it, apparently, according to Sir Bob.
Well, I mean, dresses are pretty. Ladies get pretty things. And this doll has a dress, but it's made of garbage. So it's not really a pretty dress. Ularu
This
tried,
one's
but it's ugly.
Made of the most beautiful flower in the forest. I know, because I asked her for it.
This is a pretty doll with a pretty dress.
So, Delon kind of glances. Forgive me then. Couldn't you have asked your matriarch for a dress then?
No. Dresses are
why
for
not?
ladies. Duh.
Delon
Yeah.
blinks for a second.
Gotta go to. Is Eleanor with us?
No, she's
Yeah.
resting.
Yeah, so Bob like literally looks over to where Eleanor normally is and he goes, "Darn it." And he's gonna say, "What's
Yeah.
the word for being ladylike? You learn this. You learn manners."
Elegant?
No, that's close though. That's another
Genteel?
word. You learn it from a person. It's like you take a class on manners.
Oh. I'm actually blanking on it.
Yes, etiquette.
Same.
Yeah, etiquette.
Oh, shit, I had it for a second.
It's etiquette.
Etiquette.
Yeah.
Etiquette. Yes, etiquette.
Etiquette?
You gotta take etiquette
No.
classes. They don't have that at the college, though.
No, etiquette. It means how to respond properly in a regal manner, something that is above normal inclinations.
It's
I'm
the
a bit
first step
surprised.
to diplomacy,
Mm,
I say.
exactly.
Ularu's above that. Ularu's good at that.
Hi. Then, out of curiosity, then I'm a little then surprised that why the matriarch wouldn't give you a dress. After all, you are a lady of significant stature.
Uluru tilts her head, raises a clawed hand up to her head, and scratches it.
Ularu's a lady.
Salon blinks.
Oh,
Am I mistaken? He kind of glances to the priestess.
Yes,
I see.
Uluru, you are a little lady.
Nuh-uh. Ularu's, Uluru.
Alright.
oh.
You will
Huh.
be a little lady in some time, though, right?
What? But Ularu's Uluru.
She just like gestures to herself.
Alright. Salon
Ladies
kinda
are
blinks
all
just
like, yeah.
She just points at Irantir.
Hmm.
And if you weren't a lady, you wouldn't be asking for a dress now, would you?
But I didn't ask for a dress.
I asked for a dress for the doll.
But the doll's a lady.
Aye. But how about this?
Well,
Go ahead,
usually at least, we call toys with dresses ladies' toys. So, we'd assume that you having a lady's toy would make you a lady.
But ladies are pretty.
I
Salon.
find you pretty, I'm pretty sure.
Ularu's pretty?
I think is it can. Don't you think there's so, Bob?
Well, I don't know. I've seen them. I can recognize them. But what does it take to do the job of a lady? I don't know. I was gonna ask Eleanor, but she's not here.
No. But do you think Uluru is pretty? Is the question.
Huh? Well, I don't know. She doesn't have scales.
Yeah, I do.
She does?
Doesn't she?
She like
She has-
wags her
she
tail.
has
She
a
like moves
tail.
her tail around, and she shows you her clawed hands.
My player forgot.
I'm still a little hungover.
Damn this pestilence necklace. Get working.
Yeah, so Bub's gonna look confused, and I go, yeah, but does that matter? She's a druid.
Link Delon thinks for a moment. Would you? Is it good? I guess I'm curious, Lady Uluru. Would you want a dress?
Yes. Uluru would
So-
love to have a pretty dress.
The honesty of this
So, if one wishes to want a dress, then one can and then infer that you wish to also be a lady.
I mean, yeah, but Uluru's not a lady.
But if you want, Salon thinks for a moment. What if you were to acquire a dress? Would you make the attempt to be one?
If Uluru had a dress, Uluru would wear it all the time in Uluru's room and take it off and fold it very carefully because Uluru would be sad if it was hurt.
Delon snaps his fingers. Then, perhaps, Delon's gonna lean over to Bob. Give me a moment. So, Bob, I have an idea. All of us, I have an idea. Where is it? We're nearby a few very delicate places. I think, not only helping, I think it might encourage some goodwill if, for say, on our brief trip, perhaps we can acquire a dress or two, something to brighten her mood. It would not only endear her more to us, but, well, I can't stand the sight of someone not is like being unable to acquire something that could help benefit them. What say? Maybe we can offer a dress in exchange for a gift, perhaps? Gift
We can
exchange,
make
maybe.
it better. Okay.
I'm glad. What do you think, Gildas? I think a gift exchange might be an interesting idea.
Of course. I can give you some pointers on how to make one. Well,
Excellent. So Delon and Co will turn around and goes, Uluru, I think we've decided something, if you're interested in doing so.
So you see that when you turn around to Uluru, she's got the new doll and she's just like making it fly around all over the place before breaking and looking up at you.
Eh?
We were, yes, Lady Uru, what we were speaking of before. I think, normally where I come from, girls or young ladies have a doll. They usually have a dress to match. Well, we were thinking that perhaps, since you like to have a dress so much, what if we, per se, acquired a dress in exchange for possibly you making something for us as well? Considered it.
Is Uluru allowed to accept that?
She just looks over her head at Erantir.
Mhm.
Yes, Uluru, you can accept it. It's not simply a gift. They're not offering it to you for free. They want a gift back. It's an exchange. Think about
Fine.
how the lords exchanged gifts of courtesy before the political meeting.
Do I have to do a political meeting?
No,
No.
not at all. You simply need to
Delon
give them a
infirmly.
gift.
Yes, Delon will actually nod his head, nod his head. No, there's like no, Lady Uluru. There's absolutely no need for a political gathering whatsoever.
Okay, if there is no political gathering whatsoever, then Uluru will make you something. Uluru's good at making stuff.
Thank thee. And we will make sure that you receive quite a nice dress. You would like it to match, right? Or is there a particular color you'd like?
Pink!
Well, that solves that. Is there a particular style of dress, or should we just
Lots of frills
frills
and
Oh
ribbons.
and ribbons?
Uluru wants to look like a flower.
Ah, I think he could look to Bob and nod. I think we can do that. It's like, yeah, I think that works.
Question.
Yes.
Do you want something useful or do you want something that's there?
I want something that. This is difficult. Useful would be wonderful, but I'm curious. Would you make something that something made from something that how do I put it? Trying to basically my idea is that Ulrich could make something that is something that she would want to make, something that is basically I don't know. That's what I was kind of thinking. I don't know if that's smart or not.
You could say that to her.
What do you guys think? I don't know.
Oh man, changing the dress with like something equivalent. Something
Yeah,
that's there.
I mean,
That's
might
just
as well
it.
get more out of it.
Alright. So you guys are in on what do you want?
I don't
Yeah,
know
I
everything.
Roddy got something useful out of the exchange. I felt like it'd be asking too much. So like, yeah, we'll just make you a dress with like get something advantageous out of it. I don't know.
Yeah,
It was like
I never learned the name
solution.
about the moon stuff and the moon
Mhm.
realm. Like, I want to know about that. Like, this is the
Okay.
I mean, we're in
So,
the right place, so.
Ah, Dawn snaps fingers. Something useful would be nice, but I want something a bit more personal. Something a bit more personal from you. From the Uluru. You are a very fascinating young woman. You are connected to the heart of the forest. And, if I'm incorrect in knowledge, you're also connected to the moon goddess, also.
Yes.
Then-
Uluru speaks for the heart of the forest. She is the voice of the heart of the forest. And Uluru
Wonderful.
was said to fall from sky.
Wonderful. Then, if it's not too difficult, think on it from some time. I want something that only you can make. Only you can make with all of your passion, with all of your interest. Something truly unique. That, I think, would be more than suffice.
Okay, that's easy. Uluru does that all the time in her room. Have you seen the heads on pikes?
Hmm.
You haven't seen the little dolls I make.
Delon kind of glances to the priestess. Maybe I'm not getting or understanding.
What she means is she makes little totems. They have powers. Usually they're wards or protective of some sort. Uluru is very good at making small totems. I have heard from the matriarch that outside Uluru's room are two staffs implanted into the wood outside her room with lizard skulls on top of them.
Ah, yes, I did
Yeah.
see those. Is that something we want at a game?
I mean, why not?
Yeah, sure. Alright.
For
I'll make you something real good.
It's like, as long as it's something that only you do, something that's from the heart.
All of Uluru's creations come from her heart.
And as long as it's good and pure and comes from your general desire to do good, I think that would be a fine gift. It would be what it would be described as a peaceful exchange.
Okay. Uluru will
Okay.
get working on it very soon. First, she's gonna play with her new doll.
As well she should. It's a wonderful doll.
When you come with the dress, Uluru should have them ready.
Wonderful. Delon will, I guess, glance over to the priestess now. I hope we're not imposing on such a gift exchange.
Oh no, far from it. Honestly, I think it does Uluru quite good to participate in such things.
Oh, where are my manners? I am I believe you've met Sir Gildas, fellow compatriot over here, and this is of course Sir Bob, Druid to the Blue Dragon, and I am Sir Delonatilis Gillimay. We met in the meetings, but I not formally met you.
Yes, I remember you. And I had a long, very educational conversation with Gildas. We exchanged religious symbolisms and came to a further understanding of both our goddesses in the process.
Delon
Indeed.
leans over to Gildas. You didn't mention all that, dear boy.
Well, considering you have the opportunity to bring it up.
I see. I was also told that, forgive me, you know of the of the matriarch and patriarch of the enclave this time.
Yes, I am very well aware of both of them. The matriarch is my dear sister, and the patriarch is her husband.
Hmm. Um, if I may ask, and I hope, please take this no disrespect. How did you find yourself here?
Hmm.
The reason I ask is, forgive me, but you don't seem very enclave.
Nor would I hope to.
Ah, so it is a actual choice.
Yes. In my time within the Enclave, my sister and I were born but a mere, I would say, 30 years apart. We were the dearest of sisters once. Where you would find one, you would always find the other. We were practically attached at the hip, Mother used to say. As
Hmm.
close as two sisters should ever be.
Hmm.
We did have an elder brother, of course. He was insightful, curious, unbelievably practical and a bit odd, perhaps. Father always chastised him for his ruthlessness.
Ruthlessness?
Yes, he was very much more in favor of banishments than Father was at the time. He viewed that if one has earned has fallen more than one time, then they should be banished. For clearly they are already on the road, and you should leave them to their devices. Brother also believed that we should let the Enclave up to its own devices more. That it would sort itself out in time, and if it didn't, well then, that's when Father should step in.
I see. I didn't know that. Well, I the matriarch and patriarch did not mention any additional family.
Nor would
Like
I imagine they would. My brother and I, for instance, are banished.
he was banished.
Long before myself.
I see. Hmm.
Father said that he was dangerous and that he was undeserving of position as as a potential patriarch or seer or any such position.
Hmm.
I know not where he's found himself. I have no doubt that he is still alive, however, for he is insightful, resourceful, strong, cunning, and he has always had a knack for survival. However, my sister and I, we are not as close as we used to be. When mother grew quite ill, mother and father were quite passionate in their love for one another, more so than most of our people. Such they had 3 children in rather quick succession. It taxed mother, and we knew that she was not long for this world. Mother began tutoring the 2 of us in the potential choice of matriarch, along with a few other girls, of course. Eventually, my sister was chosen as matriarch, and I did not want it. For a time, I was banished by mother for heretical thoughts and actions. I was in telling the other girls to question things more, to whether it was right,
that we do some of the things we do, whether the moon truly is looking out for us the most. I had a lot of questions, and I was unsatisfied with the answers that I was getting. When told, we must accept the lady has not gifted us with her name, for we are not truly ready yet, I would always ask, why is that? Why have we not given her name as of yet? We've been serving her dutifully for thousands of years. Are we not ready? Are we not worthy? Is thousands of years of patronage not enough? I was...
Did you ever receive an answer to that?
No, I did not. The answer I
Right, Bob, I'm trying
received
to help.
was that if she has not given us the name yet, then of course it has not been enough service, and of course we are not devout enough. Receiving the moon's name would be akin to a miracle, true acknowledgement by the moon goddess herself, an acknowledgement that we are ready. You see her shake her head. I do not quite like that, and I still do not. I was eventually given a temporary banishment. Mother did not have it in her heart to send me away for good, so she sent me away for some time, hoping that it would teach me things, that it would teach me how the world works, and re-establish my faith in the moon. Mother was not pleased to find that I had found myself within the learnings of Sylviana at the time. I was curious by this motherly figure, one who practiced peace and warmth and comfort. I was inebriated, perhaps, with the ways of the Wood Elves, their kindness, their warmth. It was so alien to myself. I began to question whether we had truly lost something in our devotion to the moon in the heart of the forest. For our brethren, simply a few miles away, had such a spark, a warmth to them that we did not have. When I eventually returned, I was fully and properly banished, and my sister and I had a very strong and passionate argument about what we should do with the village and whether my findings were heretical or not. Needless to say, my sister and I have not been on talking terms as of since. But
I see.
we communicate whenever Uluru is brought up.
I've been meaning to always ask this. Perhaps you can, and Delon actually takes his book while he does so. How often do members of the Enclave banished?
Sparingly. Exceedingly sparingly. It is always a last resort.
I never got a clear-cut answer. I always hesitated. We were in a very delicate position. I didn't want to get upset, but when they banish, do they... Please tell me they have someone to school with them somewhere.
She gives you a very sad expression.
Banishment is akin to giving one a pack with food and drink for about 2 weeks' time. Enough to get you somewhere. They give you a dagger. The dagger that you were given when you were but a child. You are told to keep it close, for it is your life now. They send you with the food and water. They give you perhaps a bedroll, if you're lucky, and send you out with your dagger and your food and water into the woods, and they tell you that should you find dangers to pray to the moon into the heart of the forest. They will guide you to safety.
That is what I feared.
This
How
is why
many...
banishments are such a truly last resort, the thing no one approves of or cruelly wants.
banishments are deemed only for the most problematic, disastrous children possible.
How many actually survive the process? Do you think?
There's about a 50-50 chance you might survive.
Delon just shakes his head. Inexcusable. Were there... As I did, were there any others like you?
I would not hesitate to say that most of the individuals who get banished are quite like myself, inquisitive minds curious of the inner workings of our enclave. Ones who grow dissatisfied with the ways that we do things, and are not perhaps resentful, but unsatisfied with our overall experiences. Every so often you have one like my brother, who's perhaps too good for the Enclave, to the extent that it would become dangerous in the foreseeable future.
I suppose with that definition then, I've met two recently like that from the Enclave. One stayed, is found in a new position. The other, well, she was recently removed. She was the chief blood huntress at the time.
Pardon my asking, what do you mean by removed? It is not common for the matriarch or patriarch to exercise removal of an individual, let alone leader of one of the groups.
Delon actually glances to Gildas and Bob as if like, are you okay with me telling this?
I just nod. As well. There's no harm in doing it. I think.
Alright. I've agreed. When we were at the Enclave, we met this the chief blood huntress let us in, allowed us to seek shelter for a time. She was her name was, or is, I suppose, Aramu. I can't. I'm sorry. I don't know the last name.
Victor Coloros.
Victor Coloros. She was with us for some time until there was a. Do you remember the evil force that Lady Uberu mentioned in the castle nearby?
Yes, I have asked her about it explicitly. She assures me it is not the creatures that come out at night.
She is correct. These were done by an organization, one that was also brought up during there, one that Lord Frederick said did not exist. I can assure you, they do. They very much do. Well, these individuals set up, and they were taking young bloods, put them in a trance, brought 11 of them to this castle. Well, we were asked by the matriarch, and specifically the patriarch, to go and rescue them. We did, and so we followed a plan, went through, and we did so. But it was a full moon, if I recall. Something the matriarch said that reminded me. She said something along like, blood huntresses get particularly bloodthirsty on a full moon.
Yes, they become much more attuned with their guardian. They become one and the same. No longer two separate entities that can talk and reason with one another. They become on the same page. A full moon hunt is usually when they're needed to be the strongest, as well as when they're most efficient. It's very difficult for a blood huntress to pull back while on a hunt.
I see. Well, in ensuring the rescue of the young bloods, the stopping of the Black Dragon's armies from coming through, dealing with these magisters, this magus group, as we were leaving, we were stopped by the Blood Huntresses. They were about to attack us as well, until the Chief Blood Huntress, Lady Aramu, stopped them. But though she stopped us, we were later ensnared by the forest, by roots. She said something along the lines that she was told that we were not supposed to survive, and that she had orders to make sure that was the point. But then she asked something of me, something we had spoken of earlier there, and if one can change one's ability, if one can redeem themselves, if it's still possible. And I told her it was. She shot at the vines and then ran, freeing us. After that, when we returned, after giving her a bit of chase, the matriarch and patriarch decided that until further notice, she is to be not banished, but awaiting a hearing, and has the duty of Chief Blood Huntress removed for the time being.
That's quite a difficult predicament. Then I am correct to inform you that she was not removed. Removed would mean that she was disposed of, killed, removed from her position forcefully, as she was not willing to give it up freely. I am happy to hear that that was not needed. But tell me, what kinds of things were inside the castle?
There were cells to hold prisoners. There were certain mechanizations, quite not dissimilar from, I suppose you would refer to as Southlander architecture. It was a keep.
Allow me to correct myself. What sort of creatures were within the castle?
Yes. Beings in red robes that, when cut or destroyed, turned to dust. Creatures of beings of black armor, gushing Icarus blood. What came from the portal was something else entirely. It was a being who spoke only of Draconic, made of melted armor. It's pooling around it this greenish ichor that dissolved and inflicted weakness upon all those that entered it. It had horns on its head and a weapon of a hammer on the back.
And beyond the portal was what you refer as a harbinger.
Then it stands to reason that the creatures that were not supposed to survive that night were creatures that they were told to hunt. It was a full moon. They can very rarely tell one hunt from another if there is a lot of blood, which, from what you have described, you described creatures bursting into red dust. You described creatures bleeding ichor. There was quite a lot of scent in that area. Yourselves likely covered with it. Many of the blood huntresses might not have been able to tell you from the beast that they were hunting. Yet she stopped them and pulled you aside. Perhaps she could. But perhaps even for her it was difficult.
We were ensnaggled at one point, though. told we were not supposed to survive that event. That still I do not understand. But when she shot at us, she freed us and ran. The heart of the forest, if I recall correctly, was quite livid, quite upset. However, according to also Lady Uru, the moon goddess was not upset and said that she was taking care of it.
Irantir furrows a brow for a moment and turns to Uluru. Is this correct, Uluru?
Mm-hmm. The forest was really, really, really upset. But the moon was quite content with the affairs and how they happened.
Is the moon still this way, and is the forest still upset?
No. The moon is quite still happy, though she's moved on. And the forest has moved on as well. But if she were to return, and if the issue were to happen again, the forest would not accept another failure. The moon would be the same, I think.
During hunts, blood huntresses... No, allow me to start this way. Are you aware the blood huntresses have a guardian spirit with them? At all times.
Delon pauses for a moment. He says, when she spoke with me, she did say she was never alone, and that, like Bub, he who also acquired a friend to be his companion. Isn't that right, Sir Bub?
That's right. They're there.
Yes, I believe I have seen something fluttering about you. A dull light in the darkness. Every once in a while it floats near your shoulder or rests on your head.
I may have to unfortunately go by his words and yours. I cannot see that they exist, but Lady Eramu spoke in a third person, always this one. So, if she believes so strongly, and Bob believes so strongly, then I accepted it as I just could not see.
It is good of you to do so, for I promise you they are not lying to you. Your friend Bub, the druid, is indeed blessed with a spirit of some sort. I would say a small one. Meanwhile, blood huntresses are usually given stronger spirits, perhaps ones meant to enhance their hunting abilities, to help them track. We have rangers. Some have traveling companions. Some rangers have bears. Others have wolves. Others still have hawks. It is similar for blood huntresses, but replace the traveling companion of your beast with one that is a spirit.
See.
With that information given to you, I believe I can explain something a little more. She speaks in such a way, likely because she's quite close with her spirit. During hunts of the full moon, the spirit and the guard and the huntress themselves become as one. They think on the same lines of thought. They speak at the same time. If you could observe it, you would see her spirit perhaps is the same as her at that moment. But the spirits are more in line with the forest, while the huntress herself is more in line with the moon. I'm purely guessing, and I don't know whether it's true or not. So take this with a grain of salt. But I would not be surprised if perhaps the one saying you were not meant to survive was her spirit, and the one asking if one could be redeemed for perhaps a misaction was herself. seems more complicated, of course, so I would stand to say be patient with her. Should you find her again. So long as it's not the full moon, I'm more than certain she would explain things to you.
Yeah, that's exactly Rem. Delon nods slowly. If I may say so, how are you so knowledgeable on blood huntresses?
I am a former blood huntress myself.
What?
What?
Mhm.
Delon actually says that. What?
Yeah, she tasted of the moon.
But you're not.
What? Okay, Delon actually is gonna like. Wait. Hold. You've tasted of the moon. You know of the moon goddess, but you don't know her name. And then you now are part of. Now you are a high priestess of Sylvana.
I did mention I was formerly a member of her faith. I have fully converted to the faith of Sylviana.
Does that? Does that mean? Could you hear her at one point, and now you cannot?
Who, the moon?
Yes.
I do not believe I was ever close enough with her to hear the moon's voice.
So what? Then what does it mean to actually drink of the moon? Subob has never been. He just says he drank something and that's it. And Lady Aramu was. She went.
I think it's also a baptism, really.
Yes, actually. It is a meditative ritual where you quite literally your spirit leaves your body. You find yourself someplace else. A very dangerous, always shifting, mystical realm. One that I can quite comfortably say is not here.
Hmm.
It is
Very
up to you on this journey to find the place at the end. Usually, you will bump into your guardian spirit somewhere along the way. With their aid, you will find your way to the central place. This central place will provide a test for you. Upon success and completion of the test, you will be offered the final choice. You will either be allowed to leave, but you will gain very little of it save the experience itself, or you may partake in the tasting of the moon. Doing so means that you will approach the heart of the forest itself, and it will drip a bit of crimson blood, which you will drink.
Did I do that?
Yeah, you did.
Yes, you did.
Okay, I'm trying to remember specifically. Bub goes, oh, like he just put something together.
It's like, oh, finally clicked in. Yeah, I did all that.
Well, yeah, but you know, nobody ever told me that that's what it was for.
Yeah, no, he just did it. It just happened.
Yeah, no.
Last question: just drink the sap.
Yeah. Okay. It's a line that eventually. It's just a line. It's like, I see.
The process can be undone, but never truly and fully. It has a lasting permanent effect on you. However, myself, I have angered both the heart of the forest as well as I imagine the moon by completely and solely devoting myself to Sylviana. I do not regret it, however. I believe this is where I truly belong.
I understand what it means to choose your own path, despite the destruction of your reputation. So, you are a very brave woman, and you have my respect.
Thank you. It does take courage to trade one life for another.
Aye, it does. Do we have any more questions?
basically asked all mine like the day
Yeah.
before. So,
Uh,
don't we have anything?
the only thing I could possibly ask is, if I may ask, you would not have ever happened to meet Lady Aramu, have you?
Aramu.
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 Yeah.
Let's see. She actually thinks for a moment, crossing one arm under her bosom, putting her elbow on the wrist of the other as she thinks. Let's see. I do not believe I am formally acquainted with Aramu herself. Not on a
Mm.
personal level, but I do believe I've... Yes, I remember that girl now. Yes, actually. Oh, it was quite some time ago. I do not know what she is like now, but she was quite the small girl at the time. Perhaps just a bit older than Uluru.
She Delon actually takes out his book that he's been kind of running in a little bit. I believe this is the sketch I utilized for her.
She looks at it very closely before nodding to herself. Ah, I see she went and fully partook of the rituals and offerings of the Blood Huntresses.
Yeah, she was very adamant about it.
One has to be to go that far. Myself, I was more of a priestess. Priestesses and Blood Huntresses started from the same cloth. Eventually they can divulge. If my sister became matriarch, it was expected of me to become a Blood Huntress.
Hmm.
Which
see.
is why I was put on the path for it. Not only Blood Huntresses taste of the moon, mind you. The matriarch does it as well. The matriarch is the ultimate high priestess of our order. Their order.
Hmm.
She just
I-
sighs a little sadly.
Hmm. Uh, Delon takes his book back and just glances. If I may ask, since I can, may I designate you as a what was the term? As a credit, as a credit for some of your answers here.
Of course. Everything that I have said I would more than gladly repeat again.
I suppose since I'm trying to bookend this part and make it collective, from your perspective of your people, what would you want them to be? What would you want them to become? To change? I heard the matriarch and patriarch, and I heard the seers. Seers was quite interesting, and I did agree with him on many aspects. Although the matriarch and patriarch somewhat disagreed from where he felt they should go as a people. From someone who was once in and now is moving in their own path, what would you like to see of your people?
I believe that the Enclave needs to open its borders to others so that they can expand as well as perhaps broaden their horizons. It is very difficult for the Enclave to function, and it will remain and only grow more difficult if they continue to operate in such an archaic and old-fashioned way. The world is shifting. It is growing ever smaller and bigger at the same time. And as it stands, the Enclave will be left behind, forgotten. It will eventually die if it continues on its designated path. The Enclave needs to become more social and less scared of the outside world. Simply expressing themselves to outsiders might grow their faith. If they simply go outside, if they simply express themselves more openly, share themselves with the world, I do believe the world will be better off for it as well as themselves. By sheltering themselves, removing themselves from all walks of life except the right path to life. They are setting themselves up for a slowly dying, deceased culture.
Hmm. I see. Thank you.
Of course, Lunaria has many things to teach. The past temple of Lunaria has taught the current citizens of what happens when one has truly and ultimately sheltered themselves from other societies.
Hmm. One last question. This is a slightly personal one. Because of your, did you gain your eyes from the Blood Hunters training or through Sylviana?
My gaze is of Sylviana.
Hmm. I
This.
see.
She brings two fingers up to point towards her eyes. This
Hmm.
is called the sight.
Ah. Oh, so it's similar to that one priestess from the Amor, the I believe Galileer.
Yes, Galileer gained the sight quite young.
But hers are more slightly different than yours. Do they manifest differently then?
No, the sight manifests the same in almost everyone. Save myself, of course. I believe that my sight perhaps is a mix of tasting of the moon and this. Perhaps it has an underlying effect to my gaze. However, my ability to perceive with the sight is all the same.
Hmm. I see.
The sight,
Well,
by the way, is
mhm.
purely an empathetic ability. You become very accustomed and attuned to those around you. You can tell when one is troubled or perhaps afraid, sad. It does not tell you
Hmm.
what is wrong with them, why they are angry, why they are sad. But understanding one's emotions, especially the ones most hidden from their hearts, is very valuable for a priestess.
Hmm. Yes, I'm sure it would be. Well, it does work for you. You're already a beautiful woman. It just enhances your effect. So there is an additional positive in that.
Nonsense. My eyes are my least defining feature.
Delon actually tilts his head. I suppose, but it does enhance it in the right way. Wouldn't you agree? He turns to Gildas. Delon just says it openly, like it's no big deal. It's like, yeah, she's a beautiful woman. This is true.
So you guys just see me just like scratch my cheek a bit, like, oh yeah, she definitely has some beautiful features, not just the eyes. Yes.
Well, then I am happy to hear that my eyes do not shock you or frighten you.
Hey, well, we didn't turn to stone when watching you, so nothing to be scared of.
No, I am most definitely not a basilisk.
Delon will actually lean into Gildas. He's like, getting a little too hot on the collar, are we? Be careful.
Hey, now, we
Again, go ahead.
in the
Come
holy
on, Gildas.
place. There's no salacious thoughts or anything like that. Go.
What's a salacious?
I'm just stating the truth. That is all.
I learned what I wanted to learn.
Yeah. Delon. Okay. Well, with that aside, thank you for your time, both of you. Lady Uluru, we will see you once again, and perhaps in time we may see you as well. As Lady Ulurus. Thank you for your time and your explanations. They've been more than fruitful.
Of course. It is a high priestess's job to educate and inform as well as reveal insights to those who are lost or asking questions.
Indeed.
Uluru, say goodbye.
Oh. Bye, Bob. Thanks for the doll.
Bye.
I love how
Let's never
blase.
meet again. I'm just kidding.
I love how blase Bob is. It's so great.
Well, it's like he did his job. The job
I
is
love,
done.
no, that's why I love Bob. Bob does his job. Bob done. Bob did
The
job.
job over. On to next
Job over. Next job. Now on to next job.
Sure. Let's go.
More work, great. More work, great.
Alrighty. And with that, I imagine the party's leaving the sanctuary area?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, yeah.
Not before Robin get dry. I mean, I'm not ready this time.
Alright. So you head out of the sanctuary area, begin making your way out. You head into the temple proper of Lunaria. Some people kind of nod at you, and again, they seem to pay Bub quite a good deal of respect. And as the party begins heading out, going back towards the tavern to collect the rest of the party members for their excursion into the sacred glades, we're gonna wrap it up here. Thank you all for tuning in. Hope you have a good one. Bye-bye.